in opposition that evening, and we were turned down by the planning. So that's, I'm sure, what they were referring to. So that was right after we purchased that land that we asked for that. So those were going to be 10 accessible, yeah. Those were going to be 10 accessible villas, and that was what was turned down by the planning committee, so.
Mike Rooks, Gateway Development, address 162 North Linden Avenue, Council Bluffs, Iowa. I just want to come up here and let you know Gateway is in... Oh, sorry about that. Gateway is in support of this based on the housing study that was provided in 2021 before Dollar General, before Novanesis came in. Overall housing units needed to be over 500, 535, I believe. And that's all types of housing units. So I do agree that we do need accessible housing. We need duplexes, we need quads, we need all types. But we do need apartments as well. All the apartments are full in town, they have wait lists. And you know, when you look at Dollar General distribution, you look at some of the other places, 60 to 70% are working out of town. That's not a guarantee that they're going to come back and live here, but we need to give that opportunity to them to live in town. This piece of property has been on and off the market. This is what the developer purchased, and this is what he believes can go there. And this is a great, they do a great product, and honestly, we need some other commercial space in town too, especially on this side. I do not know what's going to go there. We do not have anything lined up right now. I know we're not looking at Section 8 housing anywhere, because honestly, Section 8 housing in town, we're definitely over the average salary and the wage. So it's tough to actually live in town and have Section 8 and work in town and keep that house. I mean, you're seeing that at Dana College right now. So I do not foresee that. Another thing that's really, I think, good with Matonic, Blair Crossing coming in they're going to level set everything as far as overall rents. You know, if, like you asked, if something doesn't fill, well, they're going to start adjusting that down. But these are all still below what new apartments are in Sarpy County, in Omaha. And no, we're not them. We're never going to be them. I don't want Blair to be that way. But we do need quality housing in town that is affordable for all. $350,000 home isn't affordable to all. And that's all we're seeing right now in town without a wait list. So I do believe Blair Crossings and this project from Riser will be very valuable to the community. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. I will piggyback on what Mr. Rooks was talking about with the housing. I'm sorry? I'm going to ask that the comments that go back and forth between the public to stop, please. You need to keep your comments to either myself, council, or to city staff. Thank you. To piggyback on what Mr. Rooks was talking about with the housing study that was done in 21, 2 years ago, there was a housing advisory committee put together of almost 24 people, and they were citizens that lived in Blair and in the 2-mile ETJ. And overwhelmingly, they agreed we need housing in Blair, and apartments were a part of that. Is it the only thing that we need? No, it is not. I completely agree with some of the comments. We do need townhomes, we do need condos, but we also need apartments. And new construction is market rate. So they're going to do what they can to make it as affordable as possible, but council doesn't control what that rate is. I just wanted to give my 2 cents on that as well. Do we have other comments from the public?
Sean Cooper, COOPER, 2300 College Drive. I would just like to offer up another real world thing that I learned. I used to work at the Dollar General Distribution Center. I worked there for 9 months when they first started to open. When I was being trained out in Amsterdam, New York, in their facility out there, this place, they told me that place has never been fully staffed, ever. So if you think that just by bringing in more apartments, more people are going to come here just because they work at Dollar General, that is not true. It's not going to happen. They still want to live in the cities. That's it.
Mr. Cooper, I'm sorry, just for clarity, did you mean that the facility you were training at in New York was never fully staffed?
Correct.
Okay, I didn't know if you meant this one, because I realized that this one also.
I'd
wasn't
like to
fully
know,
staffed.
quite honestly, to tell you the truth, I'd like to know, at the time I was there, that place had been open for 5 years and never been fully staffed. So I'd be curious to see how much staffing they have out at this place out here. I really would. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from the public?
Brian Knutson, Knudtson. I'm at 1824 Colfax here in Blair. Hearing all the comments, there's a lot of negativity, so I feel kind of obligated to come up and maybe share a little bit of positivity, because I don't think it's 99%. I don't think it's 90% of constituents in town who are opposed to something like this. I think a lot of us do see the need for this kind of development. I'm not going to say I'm excited for this, but I think it's a good addition to town. Some of you know I'm involved with Strong Towns, and that's one of the things we look at is the resiliency of the town, to make sure that this city is going to survive to the next generation and to the generation after that in a healthy financial state, and make sure that it can, and I'm not going to say the city has to grow. I don't say the city has to stay the same. The city needs to do what it needs to do to continue moving forward. And so a mixed development like this, where you have a mix of commercial and dense housing, actually adds some value to the city, more so than a bunch of single-family homes. So I think this is a good addition there. One thing that you find when you look at housing, especially in a city like ours where housing is needed, as Mike mentioned, you see pressures in interesting places. So I would love to see more row housing and condos and things like that in town as well, because there is definitely need for that. I agree. But this is a capitalist society we live in. So we can't decide that unless somebody wants to go do it, unless somebody sees the ability to make money doing it, really is what it comes down to. This is a place where putting in apartments will reduce the pressure on those smaller homes for those people that do need to downsize, and free up bigger houses for bigger families to move into. This is a natural movement of people as they have families, those families empty nest and retire. You need less, and while you may not move to an apartment at that retirement point, you do potentially have more of that middle, that missing middle that we oftentimes hear about in housing. So I think this is going to be valuable to Blair. I understand the concerns with people that live across the street from that. One thing that, speaking to the council, to talk to some of these citizens and understand their concerns and what they would like to see across the street from them. Because at some point there's going to be something we'll probably go there. I'm not going to say we need to have something there, but odds are something's going to get developed there. And is there anything besides a bunch of single-family homes that they would support, that they would see needs in? So I think understanding, and my experience talking to the city is that, and coming to many of these city council meetings, is that you all are open to that, city staff is open to that, developers are open to that too, because they want their things to be successful. So I also have concerns with TIF. TIF is a way of removing, like Jennifer said earlier, it is a way of removing the value that gets added in there that we don't realize until the end of that. I haven't looked at the numbers enough to really be able to comment one way or the other there, so I do hope that you all have taken a look at that and have considered that. And maybe if we need to take a pause in order to consider that, then maybe that is something to consider as well. So I think that's all I had on my list, so I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Kathy Cleft, 1280 South Highway 75.
Can you spell your last name, please?
CLOUGH.
Thank you.
My husband and I moved to Blair 3 years ago, and we actually moved in right where that property line is, right there. And we moved to Blair for a couple of reasons. One, we thought Blair was different than Omaha. We wanted to get out of this. We backed to apartments before we moved here, And we moved away from that because of the crime and the disruption and the fact that we didn't feel safe sending our children outside, only to have Blair want to build apartments in our backyard once again. We don't mind having neighbors. We have neighbors on the other side. And we moved to Blair because an older couple owned this property and they couldn't stay in any longer. It was too much for them. They moved to the townhomes on Joanne Drive because those were built for them. That's basically the only ones that are in Blair. They moved there, and it opened up a home for our family to move into. We don't know anyone in Blair. We have no family in Blair. We came here because we thought Blair was different than Omaha. It was for families, and I don't think this is the direction that will keep families like mine in Blair. Because if Blair just wants to move this way, I don't think young families that are looking for something different than Omaha will stay here. Thank you.
Other comments from the public? Having none? Council, how would you like to proceed?
Can we table this until a later date to discuss TIF amounts and stuff?
Can we ask the staff a couple questions before we talk about tabling it? This is the very first step of a lot of steps for this process, right? Maybe you can explain what all has to take place before it really happens.
Sure. Phil Green, again, City Administrator. And just for the sake of the audience, I'm going to face them, but kind of talking to all of you. This TIF project, or all TIF projects, have to come to this group, but right now they're not necessarily acting as council members. They're acting as members of the Community Development Agency, which, according to Nebraska state law, is basically you serve a slightly different function, and you're looking at the project and trying to determine does it meet with the comprehensive plan, and does it seem to make financial sense? If it does, then you will vote to forward it on to the council, which is yourself. That's going to be later on tonight. Oftentimes we try to have these meetings at two different events so that it's not quite so confusing to the public, but since we've got a newspaper that's only a once a week newspaper now, we had troubles with getting the notices all queued up in time, and so therefore unfortunately it's tonight. So just for the public, to speak to them real quick, this item's going to get voted on by this group functioning as the CDA, but then it'll be on the agenda again coming up for the council meeting once it gets started later tonight. Even that's not the final step though, because right now this is a redevelopment plan. So it's kind of similar, but in a microcosm, to the comprehensive plan that the city's embarking on right now. This is a concept. It's an idea that ultimately the council is going to decide whether they like that concept or not for this particular area. If it gets approved tonight by the council, then the developer will fine-tune all things, continue to put all the entitlements in place, which is just a fancy word for getting all the various approvals that need to get made by the city. Ultimately, I mean, you'll see later on in the council meeting tonight, is the preliminary plat for this area to actually lay it out to begin to do some of this land subdivision that wants to be done. That's a preliminary plat. There's going to be a final plat that should be on the Planning Commission next month. Will come to the City Council then for the second meeting in May. That final plat has to be in place, and then ultimately, as kind of all the numbers are coalesced, they'll bring a redevelopment contract back to you as the CDA sometime in the future at another 6:30 meeting. But it doesn't have to go back to the City Council, because the CDA really is the one that's responsible under state statute for how TIF funds are utilized in that community. And then if that gets approved that night, there's actually then a note that is issued by the city. It's not city funds, but it's basically pledging the TIF dollars in the future to be paid back to this particular developer. The developer will take that note, piece of paper, to his bank. The bank will lend them then the funds to build the project, with the guarantee then, based on that note, that there will be TIF funds that will be, sent back to them. It's one of the challenging things to understand about TIF. yes, you're going to lose the incremental increase in taxes over that potentially no more than 15-year period. And I say potentially more because it depends on what the assessor values it as, depends upon, in this particular area, what might be built there on some of those commercial outlots or those commercial lots. If those commercial lots come in at a higher value than what's anticipated, they'll actually be paying more taxes in the coming years, but that tax money is going to be captured, given back to the city, which will be distributed to the developer that helped all this get done in the first place. And so they'll pay 100% of their taxes as they normally do. It's just that for up to that 15-year period, some of that incremental increased amount of tax will go back to them to help the development start in the first place. And then for these structures that are, designed to last 30, 40, 50 years, the city will see the benefit from a tax perspective of that. Yes, obviously a lot of other things come along with that as well, with increased traffic flow, things like that. But it is along the highway, and that's one of those things that from a municipal perspective, as you're laying out plans, the comprehensive plan is looking at things, those primary corridors end up being very, very important for traffic flow, things like that. So I don't know if that answers all your questions. Okay.
So my comment is, Rick, the thing, if we want to talk about tabling something, it's going to be during the city council meeting.
Okay.
This is really just to say, yes, it's okay to continue working down the highway for the TIF.
In a very sort of oversimplified way, this is sort of acting as like a planning commission, where we're either gonna recommend or not recommend, and regardless, it's still gonna go before the city council. We'll change our hats and then look at it under that.
So we want to talk about tabling, that'll be during the city council meeting, which is at 7 o'clock.
So if I may, if you did wish to table it, you in fact could not hold the public hearing with city council. So from a legal perspective, as a matter of procedure, that would be, you have to renotice the city council meeting and all of that.
So that being said, I would like to introduce resolution 2026-001 and approve this and get it into the city council meeting, then we can start talking about actually tabling things.
Resolution number, what's right here? Agency member Highfield introduced resolution number 2026-001, recommending approval to the city council via resolution number 2026-001 of a tax increment financing redevelopment plan entitled Redevelopment Plan for SJAV Tenant Redevelopment Project.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution 2026-001 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 2026-001. Please register your vote.
Council members present voting, Klein, Clark, Highfield, and Wolf. Council members Paulson, Long, and Banner voting nay.
Tie vote. I have to cast it, don't I? I'm voting yea, but again, this is just for the conversation, so I can continue on to the council meeting. So motion passes. Item number 4, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Oh. We have a motion and
A second.
to adjourn the meeting of the CDA. Please register your vote.
All members present voting aye.
Motion passes, meeting adjourned, and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
Yeah, do you want to explain anything more, or you want me to? So,
Sure.
yeah, so just so everybody knows again, that was this
Sixth meeting of the Blair Mayor and City Council. I am Mindy Rump, the Mayor of Blair, and I am pleased that you have joined us this evening. This is a public meeting, and you are part of the process. I encourage you to participate, ask questions, and share your thoughts, and I will do everything that I can to make sure that your voice is heard. We do have several rules to help us proceed with the meeting, and I ask that you please keep them in mind. If you have a cell phone, please turn it off. If you need to take a call, step outside the chamber. When you wish to speak, simply raise your hand, and I will call you forward. Brenda Wheeler, our city clerk, must record who you are, so please state your name, spell your last name, and state your address. If you forget, that's okay, I'll remind you. Keep your remarks brief, about 3 minutes, so that others have the opportunity to speak. And please, you must direct your comments to either myself, city council, or to city staff. A copy of the Open Meetings Act has been posted by both exits, and we will begin this evening with the roll call of members.
Banner,
Present.
Paulson,
Here.
Long,
Here.
Wolf,
Here.
Willis, Clark,
Here.
Letcher, Highfield.
Here.
All members present except Letcher and Willis.
If you please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item number 4, approval of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Please register your vote.
All members present voting aye.
Motion passes. Item number 5, open a public hearing to consider and possibly take action on a redevelopment plan entitled Redevelopment Plan for the SJAV Tenant Redevelopment Project. Mr. Sands.
Thank you. Mayor, Council, I am still Michael Sands, 1700 Farnham Street, Omaha, Nebraska. I act as special counsel for the city on TIF matters. So certainly, we just had a long conversation, and I get the sense that everybody in the room very much is familiar with what this project is, so I'll be light on those details. But for the benefit of those maybe who weren't in the room, and just for the record of this proceeding, I'll just go through it very quickly. So the project itself, the southeast intersection, or the southeast of the intersection of South 13th and Wilbur, consisting of the construction of 9 22-plexes or 198 units, and 3 commercial lots. What is being proposed is that it would be constructed in phases. The first phase would consist of the infrastructure, streets, sewer, water, electricity, etc., for the entire project site, and then the first 5 22-plexes or 110 units of multifamily residential. The proposed project is estimated to be around $50 million. The residential or the multifamily portion seeks to utilize workforce housing TIF, which, as discussed at the last meeting, is a fairly new incentive and certainly new to the city of Blair, but what it allows for is not for additional TIF, but just a broader category or range of TIF-eligible costs, more specifically the cost to build the actual apartments. The requirements for that, to utilize workforce housing TIF, is that the cost on a per unit basis of the apartments is $250,000 or less. Should we get to the contract stage of things, that would outline how that's policed by the city in order for the developer to utilize those funds or apply them for that use. As discussed, the plan does anticipate or allow for city involvement in the infrastructure, that being the paving and utilities under Maple Drive, which would occur via sort of a land swap arrangement for Lot 1, in which the city would put a new pump station, and then 12th Street would occur via an improvement district, the cost of which would be specially assessed against the adjacent lots under the statutory manner provided. The amount of TIF required requested is $4,427,000. As city attorney on the matter, I've certainly reviewed and made sure that it meets all of the statutory criteria. And then just a couple things to address some of the questions and issues that came up that'll probably be more beneficial than what I just provided. So this step is the redevelopment plan, and what that means is it basically provides the statutory ability or allowance to utilize TIF. What it doesn't provide is any sort of commitment or provide any entitlement to the developer to receive that TIF. That's the redevelopment contract. That's the legal binding agreement that provides that entitlement to the developer. So this is really just the statutory hurdle. Should there be sort of issues or negotiations the city would like to see with respect to moving forward on this project, that would naturally occur as part of the redevelopment contract phase. So I don't say that to encourage you one way or the other, just to provide you with sort of an overview of when that would occur and that it's still yet to occur. With respect to what TIF is and the idea of giving money away, I would just remind those in attendance that one of the fundamental tenets of TIF, and really the fundamental tenet of TIF, is what's referred to as the but-for test, meaning but for the grant of TIF that the project wouldn't occur. So when you talk about the valuation or the increase of valuation being stripped from the land for 15 years, well, that land sat undeveloped for quite a long while now, and the idea is that at least the project that's being proposed, not necessarily any project, but this project at hand, wouldn't occur without the use of TIF. And certainly in times prior when interest rates were 3% and materials and labors were pretty cheap, you could make a lot of arguments on our developers meeting that burden. I think it's a pretty easy burden to meet, just anecdotally dealing with this stuff every day. It's really expensive to build right now. So, at least from a legal perspective, I don't see any concerns with meeting that but-for consideration, because almost any project you see that's at scale is going to meet that consideration, and that's the reason why TIF is so widely used, across the state. It's really the only, and certainly really the only, along with a couple of sort of others under the community development law, locally controlled incentive that, the Nebraska legislature has provided cities. So that's the reason it's utilized, and especially in times when it's so expensive to develop. So all that being said, again, I have no dog in the race other than the city operates in a legal manner and that I protect the interests of the city, but just kind of wanted to lay out sort of the process and where maybe some of that negotiation could occur down the road should the council choose to move forward on the plan. And I know that there's been discussion about landscaping, sort of what are those commercial uses. Certainly we have legal tools at our disposal, should we wish to do so, things like covenants that we could require as part of the redevelopment contract with respect to those commercial lots. So if there's a real legitimate concern about uses that the city doesn't want to see along that strip that may otherwise be eligible under zoning code, well, you can certainly require that as a condition of receiving TIF that they place covenants and restrictions on those 3 commercial lots so that you don't see those specific undesirable sort of developments. Certainly those things can be a slippery slope because you're restricting development, but when used wisely and responsibly, they can be a good tool for a city to make sure that certain areas develop in the way that they want them to. Again, happy to answer any questions at your disposal now or after the public hearing. Thank you.
What happens to the TIF if, say, in 5 years, Riser sells their investment? Does that automatically become something that the purchaser would have to also be bound by?
Yeah, so they don't necessarily have to, but legally speaking, it'd be very rare for them not to. It's sort of like, you know, a mortgage and a promissory note. They kind of have to follow each other. So typically when a buyer comes in and takes a property off of a developer's hands or has sold a property in which TIF is attached to, the developer will assign both the redevelopment agreement and the note to the new owner, because they're really the ones that have to meet the ongoing criteria under the redevelopment agreement. So the developer, who now doesn't really have control over that property, doesn't want to just hang on to the note, because the new owner could say, well, I have no benefit from the TIF, so I don't care, you know, I'm not going to meet any of this stuff under the redevelopment agreement, and doesn't matter if I default. So naturally, almost 100% of the time, yes, both of those things would transfer to the new owner. New owner would be required to either meet those requirements or not receive the benefit of the bargain of that TIF that, you know, probably they paid for as part of that purchase and sale of the project.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Sands? Thank you.
Thank you.
Comments from the public? Yeah.
Hi, guys. I know you all, so you don't want to hear me talk, but you're going to. I'm Barbara Bloomfield, 1327, I don't know, Maple Drive.
Will you spell
Blair-
your last name, Barb?
BLOOMFIELD. I'm not a public speaker, and I hope I don't offend anyone, but I pray that we don't get that apartment building there. If you want an apartment building, we've got some beautiful land north that was purchased and never developed. Would be a great place for an apartment. We have lots of areas that could use them, but they don't belong there. I go to the Y every day. That street is parked solid with cars every day from the Y. It's a terrible place to confine us to that. And like I say, I don't want to offend anyone. I've known some of you since you were this big. I've lived here forever. Blair was one of the most beautiful, welcoming, wonderful Christian towns that you could live in. And look at Main Street now. We have a big old building up there that looks like trash. We have another one that's half developed. We have empty buildings. We do not need any more junk in Blair, Nebraska. Good apartments? Probably so, but not in that location. What do you want me to do with this? What do you want me to do? But I pray to each and every one of you to give it some serious thought. You've lived here forever. You've born here. You were born here. I don't know about some of you, but God bless you that were, and don't let it happen. We have deteriorated. How many years ago, on Friday night, we were all friends, and we were happy. We didn't have to go to Omaha for one thing. We had shoe stores, we had clothes, and no, we were going to grow. Yeah, we have. We've grown to, we have empty buildings. We have people that pay no taxes. Look at our old college up there, what's happened. It's a constant fight. Those beautiful apartments, what are they filled with? People that pay no tax, don't have any money. Think about it, guys. Give it some serious thought. Don't be mad at me, because I want nothing but the best for Blair. And I want you to succeed, but not on that location. God bless all of you. Make good choices. And I'm sorry if I offended you. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from the public?
Andrew Tupin, 1733 Ingle Street. Well, why does this project matter? Like many communities across Nebraska, Blair is experiencing a shortage of quality housing options. This development directly addresses that need. It provides modern, market-rate housing to support workforce growth. It's creating opportunities for new residents and families to live in. It's support local employers who need housing to attract and retain talent. In addition, the commercial component will expand the local tax base, create new jobs and services, and it really strengthens that highway corridor, which is a key economic area. Projects of this scale require significant upfront investment in public infrastructure and site development. The requested tax increment financing is essential to offset extraordinary costs related to infrastructure and site readiness. It bridges that financial gap that would otherwise make this project infeasible. It enables development that delivers long-term tax growth and community benefit. Without TIF participation, the cost of improvements needed to serve this site would prevent this project from moving forward. This project transforms an underutilized area. It creates a vibrant residential community, a commercial growth corridor, and long-term contributor to Blair's economic and population growth. To touch on a couple things, on TIF, Michael kind of mentioned it, the county or the city keeps the original property tax. We pay our property taxes for that possibly 15 years, could be less if it's paid off quicker, sometimes it's only 6, 7, 8 years. We pay our property taxes, and that comes back to us. I think it is $1,900 a year that property currently pays in taxes. After this development, it'll be closer to $250,000 a year in property taxes. That will not be increased unless this project moves forward. That $1,900 will continue on for decades because this will not be developed. That $250,000 plus in property taxes will only be created when this project is done. Those valuations are when we build. The TIF is not given unless you create that valuation. If you do not build anything, you do not get anything. You have to create the valuation. Michael also talked about material cost. I looked it up the other day because I was curious. Lumber, they count it in 1,000 board foot. That cost of lumber since 2019 has gone up 80%. Lumber, just the lumber, board foot of lumber for this project is an increase of $1 million since 2019. That's not talking about the drywall, the paint, the labor, the concrete, the cost of land, none of that. That is why TIF is so important. Interest rates, 3%, 3.5% in 2019. We've been building 7, 8%. It's around 6 right now. Hopefully it goes down. Millions of dollars of difference between a 3 and a 6. You're talking probably $1 million per point difference. So you're $3, $4 million more in the last 6, 7 years. That's just in your interest rate. Lumber, drywall, paint, labor, everything else. Our apartments, a little biased, are extremely nice. We want them to look nice. We want the value of them to increase. We build, maintain, manage, and clean our own apartments. We don't sell them. We keep them. We've never sold one. Our whole goal is to create a community that's nice, that will be here for decades. That's our goal. And I think if you Google riser.com, you'll see what we've done in the past, and they'll be blown away. They are very nice, and our goal is to create a community that benefits the city of Blair. Questions for me while I'm up here?
What other cities have you built these?
We have built in Lexington, Kearney. We actually have one of the largest public-private partnerships with UNK for housing. Grand Island, Hastings, Columbus, Norfolk. I think that's it. So similar communities.
Same style of apartments?
Yep. We've been
They're all
doing.
apartments, not townhomes/apartments.
We've done some. Let's see. We've done some townhomes. We've done some single family. We've done some duplexes. That market is extremely tough right now, as you all know. I think Blair has empty lots. Later today, there's another single-family subdivision going on here. It's not really something we get into anymore. We've got 60 unsold lots in Norfolk. It's just the single-family market is terrible, in my humble opinion. It's tough. As I was saying earlier, you know, I graduated college. I moved to a place. I moved into an apartment, saved up money. Nowadays, people are trying to buy, you know, a $300,000-$400,000 house as their first house. It's tough. So that's why projects like this are so important, so people can have a place to transition to those houses.
You had mentioned about how the current tax levy is only about 19,000 on that.
1,900,
1,900, okay.
1,900
Okay,
is, if you look up the GI assessor, you can double check me.
okay, thank you.
But it goes from that to, it's in the tip packet, what it is, $200,000.
Okay. So the $48,000 difference that this development, if it proceeds, would bring in, will that be offset by possible increased costs in fire and emergency, police, other associated costs that might come with this project? You know, I think it's incorrect to call that current property. I wasn't in favor of it being labeled blighted. It was a productive farm field. It would have continued to be, or could be, if it wasn't becoming shovel-ready, continue to be a productive farm field. So I don't know that, to me, that $250,000 argument holds that much water.
Right. The people living in these apartments go to the grocery stores, go to the gas stations, go to the restaurants. They provide taxes in many other ways. The current landowner doesn't really want it to be agricultural anymore. It's, you know, right along a highway corridor, middle of town. It probably shouldn't be agricultural for much longer. Just the natural growth of things.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other comments from the public?
Run too much.
That's a falsehood. I can show you the science. Bob Scobie, SCHOBY, live at 2924 Westridge Drive. I'm going to pivot on you for a bit. Plenty of people are talking about TIF. You're going to hear plenty on it tonight, and while I don't disagree with a lot of it, I have other questions. I think you look at all these developments, and I see a glaring lack of what I'll call holistic viewing of what these are going to do. You're going to have 130 apartments there. The statistics will tell you 35% of those apartments will have children. 2.5 children per apartment. Run the numbers. I don't care how you run them. Of all the developments that are going on, we're talking hundreds of new kids in this district. And I'm not going to get into what that does to the school district. What I'm going to get into is, how do those kids get to the schools? What's the city going to do to accommodate them walking to those schools? They have major highways to get across. They have a major railroad to get across. I don't hear any discussion about overpasses, better controlled intersections. I worked the Deerfield School intersection for 2 solid years. It was a disaster. I bagged on the city for 2 years to get the speed limit reduced. It finally happened. It's still a disaster. Red light runners, speeders. Chief Kinsey doesn't have enough dollars to put people at them all the time. So while you're thinking about all this, you need to be thinking about that. Because God forbid you don't. All this happens, and the kid crosses the street to go to the Y or go to the pool and gets killed. Put that in your craw and swallow it and think about it.
Any other comments from the public?
Good evening, Jennifer Reslick, REYZLIK, 141 East Baronage Drive. So I attended the Planning Commission meeting where it was recommended that this agriculture property located at the corner of Highway 75 and Wilbur be considered blight and substandard, and then through TIF, apartment complex consisted of 9 buildings would be built, as well as 3 commercial buildings. I questioned whether Blair needed another apartment complex, considering we currently have 17, which I then listed each set of apartments by their name and location. I simply asked if we needed an 18th apartment complex. Considering the location next to the YMCA and the walking trails, I made the suggestion that a 55-plus active retirement community be considered with townhomes, which was recommended in the 2015 10-year comprehensive plan. Shortly thereafter, I was informed that this apartment complex was planned and had been in the works for about 6 years. We need apartments for the Cargill biocampus workers. Also since that time, our local newspaper has ran a story on that Planning Commission meeting and quoted me in which I questioned the need for more apartments and asked, what is affordable housing? Numerous people have contacted me with questions and concerns. Many residents see this property as prime real estate. They question how this property qualifies as blight and substandard, and they ask, what is TIF? I've encouraged them to talk to each of you or come to these meetings. Unfortunately, some of the residents feel like the council comes to these meetings already to vote and that you don't care about their concerns. I disagree, but I'm just making you aware. That's how some people feel. Regardless, I too questioned how this parcel of land was considered blight and substandard, especially knowing that several groups have inquired about buying this land for different types of development. I then tried to acquire the 2020 Blight and Substandard Study online. It is not easily available to the public despite our tax dollars paying for it. I went to the City Hall. Brenda Wheeler was so kind and so helpful. After an hour, she was able to find it through her computer files and gave it to me. I've read the entire study. I still question this particular parcel of land because it does not meet the basic definitions of blight and substandard, as well as the but-for test that he referred to. So I called JEO Consultants, who prepared this study and the document. JEO explained to me that the city determines what pieces of land to include in a study. I questioned why a prime piece of real estate would be included with other areas that are obviously blighted. JEO's response to me: sometimes property is desired for development at a faster pace than it would normally happen. That property is selectively placed in a study to qualify as blight and substandard. So essentially, it seems like this study was manipulated to include this property with other locations that are clearly blighted just to qualify for this. Tax increment financing. I already said this at the previous though. Many feel TIF is being used very generously and perhaps used on projects that a developer might have undertaken without this incentive. TIF projects essentially freeze valuation, diverting tax money from our schools, roads, and infrastructure for 15 years. Ag land is currently assessed at $1,600,000, assumed post-development apartment project valued at $32 million. It's a lot of tax dollars diverted away from our community for those 15 years. Apartment complex will be considered a positive and assessed valuation when the project is done. Therefore, neighbors near the development property might see an increase to their property taxes over time. To be clear, I am not against redevelopment projects and I am not against TIF. I actually think TIF is a very good tool. I simply ask that you are careful with the amount of land in Blair that you consider blight and substandard and what projects you use TIF on. I kindly ask that you redevelop areas and use incentives for commercial projects that everyone can use and enjoy, like going downtown redevelopment, restaurants, stuff like that, rather than a housing project. Thank you.
Other comments from the public?
Jeanette Nielsen, NIELSEN, address is 13476 Spring Ridge Loop, Blair, Nebraska. I just had a comment basically related to what he was saying about what it will eventually bring tax-wise, like the 250,000, is that what you were indicating? Is that?
I'm sorry, I asked the
The
question.
250,000, oh, sorry. The 250,000, like what was the indication of what taxes would eventually be brought?
I believe that was what he said, the projected tax, annual tax.
It's 457
456,000, okay. I was just, I guess I was kind of comparing to, and I understand what his concept was. You know, you have a bare piece of land that's bringing basically nothing for tax income, right? But I'd say he was kind of saying about single-family residents or housing. You know, for example, 2 places of development that we were able to do in town, 10 houses, it was probably bringing in approximately $1,000 taxes, and now it's over 80 with 10 houses of people who also buy groceries, pay gas, raise their families here. And the subcontractors that were used for it were from here. So you have your labor force also supported. Same thing, another 5 houses, right there, another $50,000 of income. So if you're talking about just taxable income, those didn't necessarily require extra public service, police force, that kind of thing. So that's just something I want you to consider, offsetting just the population and what we have to provide to support all that, including Mr. Scobie's comments about safety, public safety, and getting from one place to another safely when you have that many people. So just wanted to state that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Knudsen. I live at 1824 Colfax Street here in Blair, Knudtson. I moved here with my family when my daughters were really young, and my husband grew up here. We loved Blair for the school systems and for the amount of schools that we had in Blair. We live on this side of town. We had South School as an option. There was West School as an option. There was North School as an option, and then they built Deerfield. We don't have West and South as schools anymore. When you think about bringing in a lot of different children, hopefully to this area, which I would encourage. I like that idea. I am pro kids in the community and families, but we don't really have the school systems to support this many kids that would be possibly coming in with all of these different apartments. And I do see the dangers of walking the kids across the highway because I did it many times. We used to walk to school, to Arbor Park every day, and when they got older, and I don't feel comfortable with that anymore. I have seen too many crossing guards pulling kids out of the middle of the intersection because a car is about ready to hit them. My daughter included in one of those times. I was, we know Jacoby, died at a different intersection, but that is what I think about a lot when I think about bringing kids and crossing highways and to go to parks or to go to schools or wherever they're going in town. And I don't think it's safe. I think it's dangerous because we have more and more traffic coming through our town, and I don't think that the new bypass is doing a great job of getting all these trucks off of our streets because we live off the highway on 18th Street and 75, and it is busier and busier and busier. And I used to cross the street there to go to the opposite side. I don't anymore because it's very dangerous. And that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Other comments from the public? Let her go first.
Scheffler, Scheffler, 1324 Maple Drive. It just goes to show that you really need to think about these things. I'm so concerned about traffic, and then to think of children there and like school, it seems insurmountable to me. And like needing housing, my goodness, you have hundreds of housing coming up out at that roundabout, and I don't know if that monstrosity on Main Street will ever do anything, but just, give it a little time. And I think of, like, driving into our town, and that's more or less a residential place all the time, and then you can bet a Casey's or something like that is going to go in there, and it just be horrible. It just look terrible.
Other comments from the public? We have someone in the back.
Hi, Denise Chada, CADA 2035 Northridge Circle in Blair. Good evening, guys. Thank you for your time and your effort that you put into making decisions for our community. I've served on the Blair School Board for 8.5 years and completely understand the requirements of an elected position. I'm here tonight to ask you to carefully consider the impact of granting TIF funding on a housing project and the impact that creates with the residents of Blair and with our school district. Do you realize that a 3, 4, or 5-year-old child whose family moves into Blair Crossing or this proposed development will graduate before the school district sees any meaningful property tax revenue from that growth? That's not a small gap. That's an entire K-12 education we are expected to fund without support. Blair's current tax levy is only 76 cents. Arlington's 105, Fort Calhoun is a 111. We have worked very hard to stretch our tax dollars and keep taxes low for our community. The funds we have in reserve are not excess. They are necessary. Like for emergencies, like the August storm last year was $3.5 million in losses. Or the planned improvements. We're adding new entrances to Arbor Park and this summer. And very importantly, we are also there to ensure that we offer competitive wages to retain the high-quality teachers and administrators that our students deserve. At the same time, we do not currently have the resources in place to absorb this level of development without an impact. And I share this because growth does have real impacts and timing does matter. The previously approved Blair Crossing apartments are not yet open, and we do not know the real impact of this growth. How will those units affect our schools, our infrastructure, our city resources, law enforcement, volunteers, and social services? Why rush another project? Let's take the time to understand the impacts, both positive and the challenges, and use the information to form the strongest plan and the best long-term decisions for all of Blair. TIF can be a very valuable tool for community growth, particularly when it supports industrial or retail development and expands the tax base. But allowing TIF funding for housing is different. It creates immediate demand on services, including schools, while the associated revenue can take up to 15 years to materialize. The redevelopment plan in Exhibit F states there would be no negative impact on the school district. That's simply not true. If the TIF resolution moves forward tonight, the burden does not disappear. It simply shifts. It shifts to the school district, and ultimately it shifts to the taxpayers with a sharply increased levy. The city's comprehensive plan, it's on page 131, calls for working in conjunction with the school district. I ask you that we all take a step back before moving forward with tonight's vote on the TIF funding. While I understand that Phil and several others are going to give a presentation before the next school board meeting on May 11th, it would be beneficial to have a more in-depth conversation between the council, the mayor, the school board, and our superintendent prior to this vote tonight. A presentation after the fact, I don't feel is really collaboration. And council, as agents of the CDA, you guys have the discretion to tailor the TIF contract so it works better for all of Blair. Have you considered phasing in the infrastructure, adjusting the duration of the TIF funding to 5, 7, 10 years? How about allowing a percentage of tax revenue to flow to the school district immediately? Or when school enrollment meets a threshold, more tax revenue is forwarded to the school district? Or maybe the developer or the city provides temporary funding during the TIF period, or any other creative approach. Approving the TIF resolution as presented tonight without fully understanding is a risk to the community for years to come. And I respectfully ask that you delay this vote and meet with the school board before moving forward. At our school board meetings, we have a simple reminder on the back of our nameplates. It states, "Is this good for kids?" That is the question I have for you guys tonight. Because if the decision increases class sizes, strains resources, and forces future tax increases, then our answer is clear. Earlier, I asked you to think about that 3, 4, or 5-year-old, that child who would move into these apartments. Your decision will shape their entire K-12 experience before the school district ever sees revenue to support them. So I ask again, is this good for kids? And is this good for the current residents of Blair? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, good suggestion.
Andrew Tupin, 1733 Ingall Street. I apologize for coming back up here, but since it was brought up a few times, I thought I'd address a couple things. We don't have 3-bedroom units in these apartments, or 1s and 2s. We see a lot more children in our townhomes or single family. We really get more professionals and like retirees trying to downsize. I can't give you an exact percentage, but children, we just don't see a lot of it in these types. They're 1s and 2 bedrooms. We've thought about getting into more 3 bedrooms and other projects in other places, but those are where you really see a higher percentage of children. Tabling the project, as I kind of said earlier, materials, interest rates, it has a huge impact to a project like this. You know, every time it's delayed, it's a month at a time. It's inconceivable how that domino effect works when you just kind of keep on delaying it. Costs continue to rise. So it truly does have a large impact on a project like this. Yes.
Thank you. Other comments from the public?
Hi, my name is Carrie Losky, K-A-R-I-L-O-S-E-K-E. I reside at 12686 County Road 27 in Blair. And I would just like to stand here to say, just to voice my opinion on my opposition to the use of tax increment financing to develop residential property. I'm also a member of the Blair Community School Board of Education, and I just want to make sure everybody understands the financial strain to a school district when this happens. It was stated earlier, this divert from my comments, it was stated earlier that right now $1,900 worth of taxes comes from this property. $1,900 taxes doesn't even pay for one student for a year of education at Blair Community Schools. It costs over $13,000 to educate a student in Blair. So this is very concerning to us. Simply said, property owners in the Blair School District will have to fit the bill of educating any young student that lives in a housing area that has been given TIF financing. I think we all know that property taxes in Nebraska are already too high. I hear it almost daily. Our Board of Education and school administrators work really hard to budget within the allowable guidelines of this that the state gives us. Yet at the same time, we have a school district that is rated excellent, and we're really proud of this. We're not going to be able to continue to do that if our student population increases without the accompanying property tax revenue that's needed. School district already needs to begin preparing for growing enrollment from previously TIFed apartments that are in town. So again, this is all going to come at additional cost to the loyal patrons of this community. I strongly urge you to listen to your constituents who are concerned about the future of Blair. Is this the right way to develop and grow our community? Growth requires revenue. Our school district will need more revenue if our enrollment increases, and we need the property taxes that are supposed to come from residential properties to educate the students in this community. Again, I understand the need for housing. I just oppose the use of TIF for residential property. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments from the public?
Sean Cooper, COOPER 2300 College Drive. I'm going to try and bite my tongue just a little bit on this particular issue, but it's been brought up twice now. And I'm really not sure that working with a developer that is so worried about the price increases from 2019 to 2026 on labor and construction materials is the way to go. I don't think being strong-armed by a developer is what this town needs, and I really think that that needs to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Don Johnson, Superintendent, Blair Community Schools right now. Johnsson. Wow, that's a little scary that I'm a superintendent, right?
And your address?
6097 North Ridge Road, Fort Calhoun, Nebraska. First, I appreciate the fact that you guys are looking at growth and what that can do for a community, that increased revenue and that type of thing. And that's why I oppose TIF. I oppose TIF on a couple different basis. One being, TIF was primarily to incentivize investment, right? Well, you already have a set of apartments going. You have some other housing complexes, housing developments coming in. I don't know that we need to incentivize if that's already in place, and especially at the loss of revenue for schools. Schools' revenue right now is primarily based on a couple things: property taxes and student growth. The gentleman just brought up, well, we might not see very many kids in those buildings. Okay, so now not only are we losing property tax over the course of 15 years, we're not adding students. And if you add students, that's $1,500 a student. So if we're not doing that, then why would we go forward with something that's going to cost us, the school districts, on two levels, right? Student growth, because we're going to have a lot of new people there, but hardly any kids. So we're not getting any money there. And then we're holding off taxes for 15 years. I don't know if you've looked at our school district recently and the buildings, but some of our buildings, including the high school, needs some improvements already. How do we do that if we don't have that increased tax base? So asking you to maybe delay this process, work with us. We've met with a few folks and talked about that possibility, and would really like to see that happen. I think growth is good, and I really applaud your efforts to do that, because we know that helps communities to some degree. But at the cost of taxes and at the cost, that development with TIF, we lose twice on that. We just do. And that doesn't even talk about the safety in which Mr. Scobie spoke about. So would really appreciate you guys considering delaying this process, having some more conversation, seeing how that other apartment complex fills up, or those houses come in. And by doing that, I think you'll do us a great service. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
If I could, just for educational purposes, because it keeps coming up. So there is an interaction between TIF and state aid to education. So I just want to try to explain how that works without getting too technical. So the statutes provide for what's called the TIOSA formula. I'm sure that the school district folks know about that very well, but that's basically the state aid to education statute and formula. How it interacts with TIF is for purposes of calculating that state aid, the TIOSA formula does not account for the increase in valuation that's being paid by the developer and being paid back to them. So even though the tax base technically has increased, because it's being paid back to the developer, it's not factored into the TIOSA formula. So to the extent that there are additional school-age children that are entered into the school system, that will naturally show a deficit because they're not getting credit for those property taxes that it's bringing in. So it's not a perfect offset, and to be honest, I'm not a TIOSA lawyer, so I'm not gonna try to preach about exactly how it works, but it is considered under the statutes to try to balance those things. So it is not a double negative or anything like that. It naturally increases state aid if it's introducing new school-age students. And also, I would just point out that the school aid and funding has become very centralized in the last year because of legislation, and is going away from the city or school district's ability to levy or increase those property taxes. So even more now than in the past, you're just talking about really a state aid formula for purposes of funding schools. So certainly, I think it is important to have school districts as part of these conversations. That's why the statutes require that they be noticed, because they have a big stake. They make up 40 to 50% of property taxes usually. So, they have probably the biggest stake of anybody. But just wanted to point out that it does offset each other a little bit according to that formula for purposes of education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There was a question that she has back there that maybe is.
Sure, come forward, though. Thank you. And just state your name again.
Carrie Lowski. Just from the school board perspective of the TIOSA formula, Blair is an unequalized district right now, so we don't get state aid. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we would need significant growth in the city of Blair to even come close to that threshold of where we would get some offsetting dollars from the state, from TIOSA, for equalization.
Thank you.
That helps.
Other comments from the public?
Paul Buckingham, Buckingham, 1217 Fairview Drive. Everybody here tonight, whether they're for or against, has made some good points. The one point that kind of caught me was, I'm in the construction industry, so I understand the cost increase everybody's had in that industry. Labor's higher. When McDonald's is offering $15 to $17 an hour to flip burgers, as a construction person, I've got to pay $20 to $25 just to get somebody in my door, and they don't even have to know how to read a tape measure. I understand that part of it, but that's just the cost of doing business. To say, well, it's just going to keep going up. Well, it's always going to go up. When was the last time pay went down? 2008. I can tell you that because it happened. Unions actually bartered with owners because owners were like, we're gonna get out of union because we can't afford it. The unions came back and said, tell you what, we're gonna lower our journeyman. We're kind of going towards that because we're coming to a point where you can't have enough funds to build anything because everybody wants more money. Yes, materials go up, and again, it's just common sense. But to act like if you table this, they're done, that tells you right there how committed they are, in my opinion. Nothing against them. I did go to their website when I saw this. They have some very nice pictures on there. So, but so does my company. Not all of them are perfect, but I just think, all honesty, tabling this right now, taking a better look at it, where this money's going, who it's going to,
do we really need 300 apartments in less than 2 years in the city of Blair? And I don't think that's the case. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mike Rooks, Gateway Development, 162 North Linden Avenue. Like I said earlier tonight, we do need housing. We need housing units. We need all types of housing units. A couple of things that I would just like to address, as Michael Sands and everyone else has said, this is a plan. This is not guaranteed in stone or anything like that. There is still going to be negotiation in there to figure out exactly what it's going to look like. So this is just a plan. As far as strong arming, I don't think anyone is strong arming. He was just telling you everything goes up in price. And if we go back, we had Mr. Sudd back here 2019. He wanted to do apartments then. It was tabled, interest rates went flying up, everything else changed. He never built. So that project died. I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing, but time does kill deals. So that is something to think about there. As far as schools, yes, I don't agree with TIF in single-family homes, but the ratio from single-family homes to apartments is different. And as Andrew stated, in single-bedroom, two-bedroom homes, or apartments, the ratio is a lot lower than in 3 or 4 bedroom homes, or apartments. And Blair needs butts and seats, honestly. I mean, in students, you need to get that going here. And then the final comment someone asked, well, I don't live in Blair. I looked in Blair. I couldn't find anything. That's why I just moved, honestly. You can look it up. But that's why I'm not living in Blair right now. Housing's tough all the way around. We need all sorts of housing. And when we have a willing developer to come in and put their money out there for something, we should be looking at that. It's not perfect, and this is a TIF plan. It's not a contract, it's a plan to negotiate going forward. So if we need if we need landscaping, if we need a fence, we need other things like that, that's all part of that negotiation piece that will still come up. But this is just to start moving the ball forward. And I know I've talked about the housing study, but what other questions do you guys have since we have been working with housing and multiple developers? As you can see, if we ever get to number 11 and 12 on our agenda tonight, we have a new subdivision possibly coming in, which is fantastic. But right away, if you're making 15 to 20 bucks an hour, you're not going to be able to afford that subdivision. You need somewhere to live right away, and apartments are where you're going to probably do. And, you know, my daughter, she goes to Creighton right now. She has 3 roommates. They can afford it. I mean, that's how you do it. You get multiple kids, young adults together, and they can afford these apartments. So you need them, someplace for them to live. We have brain drain right now. I'm not saying everyone's coming back. I wish they would. I wish my daughter in Vermont would come back. She's not. But we need to make sure there is viable housing for everyone, from 20-year-olds to 80-year-olds. And this is one of the pieces that we are definitely looking for. Not the only one. There's other things, even on this agenda, that we're looking at right now. But does anyone have any questions for Gateway?
What other things have Gateway in the city been looking at besides these apartments and apartments out around it?
Without going into NDAs, we have multiple different developers looking. We have looked at tiny homes, we have looked at row homes, we have looked at quads, duplexes. Excel Development was supposed to come in 3 years ago, and they did not qualify for state funding because our wages were too high. So that got pulled out. Habitat for Humanity, they're doing some great things. There are many subdivisions throughout Blair that we're looking to do. Also, we are looking to do kind of a developer or real estate broker roadshow where we bring them up and show agents from Omaha area what's happening in town and where they could build single-family homes, duplexes. We have the Developer Academy in Fremont that's happening right now that we won a grant for. We're rotating every year. This year it's in Fremont. Tomorrow we're actually touring Blair and showing these developers where they could possibly build. And these are brand new developers. They're not going to be building 110 apartments. They're going to be building single family homes. They're going to be retrofitting or rehabbing older homes. So we are doing a lot of things. This is just one piece of, one tool in the toolbox, let's say. But you have to have all these going at once to make it work. And I've brought up before, we lost a big company to Boone, Iowa, 3 years ago, I think now, because he asked, where's my employees going to live? And I had to say Omaha, because our vacancy rate was so low, they would not live here. They couldn't. And we lost that project to Boone, Iowa. So there's a lot of different ways, but when we have an opportunity, we have a developer that's willing to take a chance on Blair, I think we should be looking at that. Any other, yes?
Do you know how many available lots there are in Deerfield to build?
Deerfield,
Ballpark?
on the top of my head, I cannot tell you that off the top of my head, Rick.
Curious.
I can email you that, I can tell you.
I was just.
I can find out.
I can't recall off the top of my head a place where somebody could come in and build a new house.
There's not many. There's yeah. Nielsen's have some. Huber's have some. Southern Hills have some. They're. But then again, with that, some of those are $500,000 homes. Some of those are bigger lots, and someone that is just starting out can't afford that. So that's why we need different types. That's why I think, the school that was retrofitted, across from City Hall, County Courthouse, fantastic. We need more things like that. We need apartments downtown above retail. I hope that goes someday. Gateway was not a part of that. But there's a lot of things like that. But we need housing. All the way across. We need it. We need retirement communities. We need apartments. We need starter homes, split level, ranches, you name it. We need all those. But we can't this one developer doesn't do all those. He's very specific on what he wants to do right here because he sees a need for that in town.
Mike, I think it's safe to say that they're not going to come to us putting all the money up front themselves without help from TIF. In most cases, you're not going to get people knocking down the door trying to build that kind of facility.
You don't. And I know the city and I have had talks about looking at housing and, okay, maybe once we get to a certain threshold, how do we moratorium on LB 840 or on TIF or things like that. There's ways we can do that and look forward, but right now we're not there. We're just not at that point yet. But yeah, if we would not have certain tools, these developers would not be looking at us. They would be going somewhere else. That's one reason that, this is getting off topic a little bit, but why Fort Calhoun is going after LB 840, because they're getting passed over because they can't offer incentives. So that's going to a vote for the people because they want to make sure they're not passed over. So TIF is just another tool in the toolbox, and it was just expanded this year down at the state legislative. So there's a lot more things TIF can be used for now, even in the ETJ, which is a whole nother thing we can get into some other time. But
3 minutes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Other comments from the public?
Let's make one quick. Robert Warwick, 633 Skyline Drive. Listening to the points, excellent points that a lot of your constituents have made here tonight, I don't see how any of you in good conscience can vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Courtney Tabor. Oh, shoot, and I just broke your mic.
No, it's all right.
Now you own it.
Now my taxes have to go up, don't they? I'm at 11007 County Road 29. I did not plan on speaking tonight, and then Bob called me a chicken, and so then I had to come up. But honestly, I was sitting back there, and about a year and a half ago, my address was 1460 South Highway 75. And so I was sitting here looking at the backs of some of my former neighbors. And I thought, man, how would I be feeling if I was still at that house? I have 6 children. I was not born and raised Blair, but my hope is that I'm raising kids who are born and raised Blair. My oldest graduated last year,
He currently lives in Blair and is actually saving to buy a home. He does not want to live in an apartment, but he wants to stay in Blair, and he wants to stay. I know we need to grow, but the heart of Blair that we have right now, we have to keep. And the reasons that I moved out of that house, I mean, here's another young family with several kids who's about to have some teenagers probably. And I left that house at 1460 that I loved. I brought 5 of my babies home to it. We had remodeled that house and made it into a beautiful home. And we left it because, and I'm not, again, not against the growth, but Dollar General came in, the bypass came in, those businesses along 10th Street came in, and all of a sudden, my kids, our yard, it was very clear to everyone to see. Everyone could drive by and see what my kids were doing in the yard. I hang clothes on the line, and I had people commenting, oh, you on whatever, you did laundry that day. You know, how weird, right? But also, I have teenagers who were pulling out of that driveway. And that traffic over there is crazy now. I can't imagine if you add an apartment building right there also on Saturday mornings where it's full of kids playing basketball. Have you guys driven by there on Saturday morning basketball? Those streets are lined. That parking lot is full. I cannot imagine an apartment complex there. Bob talked about the danger. It's just going to be a madhouse. It's going to be crazy. Again, does something need to go in that lot? Probably at some point, but I would encourage you, as Denise, I think is the one who said it, to consider tabling it for now. Look into other options. Yes, we need housing somewhere. I'm not against the study. Obviously, we need housing. I have kids that I want to stay here, and they're going to need a place to live. But that location is not the place. It's going to be, that's my opinion, I guess. It's going to be a madhouse, and it's going to be a dangerous madhouse at that. That's all I have to say.
I have a quick comment. Jeanette Nielsen. There's right now 35 houses for sale in Blair, and 16 of them are under $385,000. So if you can't find a house, maybe you're not looking. I don't know.
Other comments from the public?
Not to break the mic. Sam Clough, 1280 South Highway 75.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Yeah, CLOUGH. And so that everybody can see it, I'm going to show you where our property is on here. Right here. I figure it's worth discussing just and I don't want to cast anybody on our law enforcement in poor light, so please don't take this that way. But people come barreling through at a high rate of speed on that stretch of the highway. It's 45 miles an hour right there. They're usually doing about 10 over or more, and we do have 5 boys. And I think the gentleman with bad knees, I think his name was Bob, brought an excellent point. If there are families, even if it's adolescents, that move into these apartment complexes, if they're built, turning out of my driveway is tricky, and we got to pay attention, especially if our van is full. That's 7 lives, and it's a blind turn. And then you add in the potential for adolescents whose, I'll make the joke, whose brains aren't fully formed to make good choices. Pulling out there, man, that could go sideways real quick. So I do think that's a fantastic point to bring up, the stresses that could add upon other increments of the city structure, really. Just the, needing to police that. Maybe that's going to mean more police officers. How are they going to, navigate that area when speeding is an issue? And when it drops to 35, I think, past the ball fields, I mean, people still speed through there. And that's I'm teaching my oldest to mow our lawn, and that's right along that edge of the highway. I was just on the mower with him this week, and we had people barreling by, less than 3 feet from the both of us. That's 2 human lives right there that, I mean, it makes me nervous, and I'm scared for him. Obviously, I'm not gonna have him mow right there, but just, I think those are good points. That's good food for thought, and I'd ask that you all consider that. So, thank you.
Any other comments from the public,
Can we ask a question
staff, or?
of maybe somebody? Just out of curiosity for my own knowledge, how do the kids from Brookview, 2 blocks north of this, get to school? Are they all bused? Because nobody's walking to South School.
South School does have busing, though. You can meet at South School and be
Okay,
bused.
that's what I wanted
I've
to
got-
find out
My
is,
2 grandkids have that as an option. So, oh, they've taken that away? Okay, I was not aware of that.
I was just curious
They-
how the kids at Brookview are getting to school. I mean, we've been hearing these horror stories of kids crossing the highways. If they're not going to South School, how are they getting to school? Just for my general knowledge, I mean. I assume they cross Highway 30, 75. Pardon? They probably cross the highway, going downtown, going to Harbor, going to Deerfield. All right, just like other kids in the neighborhoods, not all apartment kids. Quite a few of them. Just out of curiosity. Quite a few of them will get driven by their parents, but you can't guarantee that with all families. You know, mom and dad gotta be at work by 8, they're not gonna be there. I drive up North 16th Street, I think every kid in town gets a ride to school. Go out by Deerfield, see the. Yeah, well, I'm going out there in the mornings.
Any other comments from the public?
Amy Knudsen, I'm not gonna be able to, okay. Amy Knudsen, Knudtson, 1824 Colfax Street. I just wanted to, Rick, what were you getting at there? Can you explain what you were saying? About your last comment, can you explain?
Brookview?
Yeah, and then just like,
Just, I was curious.
Children
We're all
walking.
worried and hear stories of kids getting to school from here. I was just curious, how are the kids currently
Well,
getting to school from Brookview?
okay, so 10 years ago, I would have let my kids walk to school and I would have walked with them. They don't do that anymore. I have a senior now and she drives herself to school, but during that time, I would have walked. I would not allow, if I had a kindergartner or a first grader now, they would not be walking. Everyone drives their kids to school if they can, or gets a carpool, because their buses don't run in town. And it's too dangerous to have your kid walk to school. Okay, that's all.
Any other comments from the public? Having done, I will close the public hearing. Item number 6, consider resolution 2026-036, approving a tax increment financing redevelopment plan entitled Redevelopment Plan for SJAV Tenant Redevelopment Project. How would council like to proceed? This is us making action on the public meeting that we just had on item number 5.
Well, I'm for growth. I'm for balanced and paced growth. It was 20 years since the last large apartment complex was built in Blair. And with Blair Crossing, I was kind of pretty supportive of that. It's been too long, but I believe an even larger project so close in time is too soon. Blair Crossings is 132 units. This proposal's even larger, 198 units. That would be 330 units in total. The first phase of this project is 110 units to be completed by the fall of 2027. So within a little over a year, Blair would have 242 new apartments to fill. That's too much too soon. This project's requesting 6.8 million in TIF. If we need the housing that bad, they would build it. I'm against this.
I'm gonna introduce resolution 2026-36.
Resolution number 2026-36 was introduced by Councilmember Wolf, approving the redevelopment plan as recommended by the Planning Commission for the tax increment financing redevelopment plan entitled Redevelopment Plan for SJAV Tenant Redevelopment Project.
Motion to adopt resolution 2026-36 as presented.
second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 2026-36. Please register your vote.
Council members present voting aye, Clark, Highfill, and Wolf. Council members Banner, Long, and Paulson voting nay.
Another tie. Let me ask staff, if I vote yay, this isn't a done deal, correct? This just keeps the conversation going? But if I vote nay, it dies.
Yeah, so again, Phil Green, City Administrator. Because again, the fact that this is the redevelopment plan, as has been said several times, this isn't the final document. In fact, you know, getting good comments from the public tonight, comments from you, those could begin to be incorporated into that redevelopment contract, which ultimately is the binding document. So even if you were to approve this tonight, there's no obligation that you would have. There's no commitment long-term that it would have to happen. It could happen, but it continues to keep the ball rolling. Now, if this gets turned down tonight, I assume the assumption would be it could be put on the agenda again sometime in the future. Adjustments could be made, and we'd be right back at this same step. The CDA's already recommended it to the council, so it would just simply come back to the council sometime with potentially some changes, but all of those changes could be incorporated at the contract level as well.
It's a tough one because I'm for growth, and it's important to have growth, but I was hoping council would postpone it, but they did not, because I wanted the conversation to continue. So having that said, I'm voting nay. But that doesn't mean it's not coming back. Item number 7. I'll open a public hearing to consider amendment to the City of Blair zoning regulations, Article 11, Sections 1106, structures to have access, adding the option of a recorded easement meeting at the city's subdivision standards to the existing access options. Mr. Byerman.
Good evening, Mayor Rump. Good evening, City Council. Jeff Byerman, Community Development Director for the City of Blair. First couple items from the Planning Commission meeting. This deals with the zoning regulations. This is just an amendment. Right now, you cannot have a private street or, as I get up here, a private street for any sort of structure like a house or anything like that. Every house has to have access to a public street, which means that if there's an easement or some other thing like this, cannot be even considered for the building of a house. What we are doing now is we want to change this language so that if somebody has a recorded easement, they're allowed to develop the property next that they wish to have, even though it's not on access to a public street. Planning Commission did vote 8-0 to recommend this. Here's the red line version of this. Real simply, every building erected, except for non-residential, must have access to a public street. We are changing, adding, and you notice here it says, shall be on an approved public street. Even though part of our subdivision language says you can't have private streets, this part of our, or this subdivision, or this zoning regulation does say you can have a street. So we're doing a couple of things to try to change these and make it more equitable and straightforward. So we are saying now, if it shall be on a public or approved private street or recorded easement of meeting the city's subdivision standards of all structures. Again, real quick, this just means that if you have a property and you don't have access to a private street, we'll take for an example, by the Casey's on Highway 30, there's a house that sits up on a hill. His driveway is actually going across somebody else's lot. Technically, if that were an empty lot and somebody wanted to build on that, we would say, no, you don't have access to a public street. And they would say, well, I got an easement, or I have an easement, or I want to get a recorded easement. Nope, the regulations do not allow that. This would allow that. So I know I'm doing pretty quick here, it's late, and I'm trying to be succinct about it and make a good point. Any questions on this?
Have we run into issues where this comes into play?
We will probably have it in a little bit as we go to, let's see if I can go to our lots here. Here's an example here of the new preliminary plat that's coming up for the apartments that we were just talking about. They want to have separate lots in here, so sometime they have the possibility of selling these lots without having access to the one public street, which will be Maple Drive and 12th Street. So this is all going to be a private street. These lots do not front or do not come off of a public street. This will allow these lots to be built. This is all going to be private. In this case here, out in our ETJ, this is the land owned by the state school fund. They do not touch a county road. We would give them a permit to build a barn or something, but if somebody said, we want to sell that and build a house or something, by right, because of our regulations, we could not. If they got an easement, recorded easement there, we would allow that. And finally, here's the subdivisions where many people here do live. Right now, as a subdivision, as a condominium association, they could not split those properties up. Because if they would split these two properties up and the condominium associate regime, is a state word for it, would dissolve, this house here would not have access to a public street. So that's kind of the real world examples of what this would change.
And Jeff, other communities allow this, correct?
Yeah, other people with recorded easements, everything like that, other private streets. Again, the private street just means that it would probably be built to city standards if it's in the development contract, but we would not take care of it.
Any other questions for staff? No? Thank you. Any comments from public? Brenda, do we have any comments in writing? Thank you. I will close the public hearing. How would the council like to proceed?
I'd like to introduce ordinance 2610.
An ordinance amending the City of Blair zoning ordinance, Article 11, Section 1106, structures to have access by recorded easement in the agricultural zone district, repealing all ordinance conflict herewith, providing these terms shall be full force and effect, and providing for publication of this ordinance pamphlet form.
I move the statutory rule regarding reading on 3 different days be suspended for consideration of said ordinance.
Second.
Question.
The question before the council is, shall the statutory rule requiring reading on 3 different days be suspended? Please register your vote.
All council members voting aye. An ordinance amending the City of Blair zoning ordinance, Article 11, Section 1106, structures to have access by a recorded easement in agricultural zone districts, repealing all ordinance in conflict therewith, and providing this ordinance to be full force and effect, and providing for publication of this ordinance in pamphlet form.
I move final passage of ordinance 2610.
Second.
Question.
The question before the council is, shall ordinance number 2610 be passed and adopted? Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye.
I declare ordinance number 2610 duly adopted. Item number 8. Actually, if you don't mind, Mr. Byerman, we're going to take a 5-minute recess because we've been going for about an hour and a half now, and we will reconvene here shortly at 9:10. Thank you.
No, you asked me to wait.
But I already read it, right? Nope, I didn't. Item number 8, opening a public hearing to consider amendment to the City of Blair subdivision regulations, Article 5, Section 502, streets, Section 502.11, private streets and reserved strips, adding unauthorized to there shall be no private streets platted within a subdivision, and Section 505.03, access to lots, adding private streets or a recorded easement to the existing access options. Mr. Byron.
Thank you. Jeff Fireman, Community Development Director again. This is a companion item to number 7. We have our regular zoning regulations, and we also have the subdivision regulations. And this part of it, as we talked about, talks about adding language similar to item number 7, allowing private streets and easements. Planning Commission did recommend approval 8-0. Here's our red line version. We've added the word no unauthorized private streets, so that when someone comes in to do this, we can actually say, no, we're going to make sure it's done the right way and the way it should be to our subdivision rules, whether it be a non-paved road or not. And then the second item, by means, subdivision shall provide access by means the public street, and then again, we add private street or recorded easement in the city's subdivision standards. And each lot should have a minimum width of 30 feet, or each access, which is what we're required also through these zoning regulations. This may come into play. There was time for a subdivision out in our ETJ that they wanted to purchase, and they wanted to have streets in there, but separate lots for the families. And again, we had to say, well, until we get some of this changed, that's a private street, not allowed. This would actually allow something like this, where it could be, I don't want to say a compound, let's say you have 4 or 5 different family members, and you want to do lots and houses, and keep it private gated, something like that, that will allow that to be simple. This is a good companion, or has to be a companion, again, to item number 7. This is just the subdivision rules, not the zoning regulations. Again, that was really quick. Any questions on this? To wrap it up, the idea is to allow houses on property without direct access, only through means of recorded easements, private streets that are authorized by the city.
I assume, there's exemptions for law enforcement and fire and government inspections and so on and so forth.
Oh, you mean to get on property?
Correct. To
No, yes,
access to private roads.
I mean, this is just the street itself. I mean, if they need to get into, like, if we do code enforcement, we have a reason to believe there's something happening, you're allowed to, to reason get on those areas. I would say the same would be the same for the street. If Chief is still here, he might be the answer, what they're allowed to do on private streets or private lots.
We have red lights and sirens, we can go anywhere.
Good enough for each.
When there's crime.
I've always wanted that.
Any other questions? Thank you. Any comments from the public? Are there any comments in writing? None. Thank you. I will close the public hearing.
Introduce ordinance 2611.
An ordinance amending the City of Blair subdivision regulations, Article 5, Section 502 streets, 50211 private streets and reserved streets, and Article 5, Section 505 lots 503 access to lots repealing all ordinance conflict herewith, and providing this ordinance shall be in full force and effect, and providing for publication of this ordinance in pamphlet form.
I'd like to move that the statutory rule regarding reunion on 3 different days be suspended for consideration of said ordinance.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Wait,
We need a
question?
Question.
The question for the council is, shall the statutory rule requiring reading on 3 different days be suspended? Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye. An ordinance amending the City of Blair subdivision regulations, Article 5, Section 502 streets, 50211 private streets, reserved strips, and Article 5, Section 505 lots, 505.03 access to lots, repealing all ordinance conflict herewith, providing this ordinance to be full force and effect, and providing publication of this ordinance in pamphlet form.
Move the final passage of ordinance 2611.
Question.
Question.
Now the question for the council is, shall ordinance number 2611 be passed and adopted? Please register your vote. All council members present voting aye. I declare ordinance number 2611 duly adopted. Item number 9. Open a public hearing to consider an ordinance adopting an updated future land use map for tax lots 267, being all of tax lot 248 and part of tax lot 249, and part of the northwest quarter, tax lot 179, tax lot 160, tax lot 163, in the southeast quarter of the northwest quarter of City of Blair, tax lots 230, City of Blair, tax lot 185, and tax lot 281, City of Blair, all in section 13, township 18 north, range 11, east of the 6 p.m., Washington County, Nebraska, otherwise known as the area southeast of 13th and Wilbur Streets and northwest of 10th Street and US Highway 75, changing the future land use map designation from residential to commercial. Mr. Green.
Congratulations, Mayor, that's great. So, I'm gonna just procedurally talk a little bit about things before I hand them back over to Jeff. And Aaron, you're doing a great job bringing that up, but go back. So I wanna show what's in the packet for Spark. What the mayor read and what's being presented tonight is exactly what was advertised. Again, this is gonna be the future land use map. I'll allow Jeff to kind of talk about the whole area. But at the planning commission, they reduced the area of their recommendation. But we had advertised the full thing previously, and so therefore we felt like we needed to do that. So in your packet is both an ordinance A1 and an ordinance A2 with an accompanying A1 and A2 map. A1 was the one that was originally put forward by staff. A2 is the one that's recommended by the planning commission. So as you're looking at those, and Jeff, if you could, just make sure you kind of talk about the distinctions. If ultimately at the end you want to move forward with the A2, then just make sure that you're very clear when you put forward ordinance number such and such that specify whether it's A1 or A2. Because the wording's been slightly changed, because the whole legal description that the mayor just did an eloquent job reading through has been greatly reduced into A2 to just include the tax lot that was recommended by the planning commission. Hopefully clear as mud. So as you're having that discussion, if you want to ultimately go with what the planning commission recommended, focus then on ordinance A2 and map A2. Thank you.
Mr. Byron.
Thank you. It will get much clearer if I do bring up my wonderful maps. Again, planning commission recommended approval for tax lot 267 only, and they did it by a vote of 7-1, which what Phil was mentioning about the two different prepared ordinances. So right now we're looking at this area right in here for the future land use map, and I know we all know this, but for the sake of some of the public, the future land use map is what will happen in the future, as opposed to the current zoning now. So this changes we're proposing doesn't change anything for any of the homeowners, any of the property owners, anything like that. It just makes it so that sometimes if it's sold in the future and somebody wants to change the use to commercial, it's already set for that. Otherwise, if it did change, they would simply say, maybe they want to do it for commercial, they would ask to come through a rezone and then, of course, further use. Right now, the area we're talking about is this area here. It is all zoned in the future land use map as residential. You have commercial, residential, industrial, and then quasi-public. Again, the current future land use map shows all this as residential. The proposed brings all of that into commercial in the future land use map. Doesn't affect the way things are now, just somewhere down the road if somebody wanted to sell some of their property and somebody's asking, well, can I do this with this? Well, if you can get the planning commission and council to okay your rezoning, then you can. Because even though it's maybe rezoned as commercial in the future, they still have to go through the change of current zoning. And depending on the use and what they want to do, that would be up again to planning commission and council. They would have to appear here. What the planning commission recommended, though, was only lot 267, which would be the AV tenant property and the current property up for discussions for the preliminary plat. So these would all stay as future land use map as residential. questions on that?
And Jeff, you want to explain maybe just real quick the reason why the planning commission did
Oh,
that?
they believe that, there was some opposition to be in the future, so they went with residential. We went all the way through because at a previous planning commission meeting, we had added two, future land use maps to, industrial for Office Park, would be later for Office Park, and we were kind of chastised a little bit for, well, why don't you just do it all at once? I said, well, because we didn't know if everybody wanted it all at once. So this time, of course, we brought everything in, and we were told again that it was not the right idea, so. It doesn't matter, I mean, one way or the other, we're presenting the information for planning commission and for council to make that decision. Again, real quickly for everyone, future land use map changes, does not change any current use, any current zoning, any current taxes. It's just something that is an underlaying layer for some time in the future, sorry.
Any other questions for staff?
The tax law 267, that's the proposed apartment.
Yes, there it is.
And then the commercial strip
You know,
there.
AV tenant is the current owner.
So commercial falls, or the multi-residence would fall under commercial then? Is that an allowed use?
So what would happen is, if this was, if the underlying future land use map was changed to commercial, then they would come through with a replat, not replat, a rezoning, and I believe, I don't know if it's
Next month.
next month is, and ask for it to be changed from RM, residential medium zoning, to ACH, with agricultural, highway, commercial. But for that to even have to happen, the underlying future land use map, which is part of the comprehensive plan, has to be changed to that use also.
And then apartments are allowed with the conditional use permit.
What zoning or apartments usually allowed under?
If you,
Go ahead.
usually throughout any of our residential, RM does not allow, or maybe through, small ones through conditional use permit, RML, the high density, RMH to allow it, some allowed. Highway commercial, they allowed, not the big ones, but up to, I believe, 48 through a conditional use permit also.
So to me, then the question begs, logically, why wouldn't we instead rezone it to match the intended use there, rather than have to do a CUP, do a rezone and a CUP for something that's still not meant for that?
Yeah, you got a mixed use though that they're asking for, which is the commercial and the apartments. And you can't do the commercial if you rezone it to RML or RMA, something like that. So whenever you deal with these mixed uses, you have to kind of figure out what's the underlying zoning district that would allow that mixed use. They could put a PUD on it, planned unit development, something like that, but normally you're not gonna do that on a residential district and allow commercial. If anything, you'd do it on a commercial lot and allow some residential use, cause that's less of a density concern, something like that, so. Believe me, it's one of those things that planning geeks do, but it all comes back to the fact that it's two different uses on that lot, ultimately, commercial and residential. And the simplest thing was rezone the whole thing potentially, again, that's not what we're asking for here, but rezone potentially to the highway commercial and then do a conditional use permit for the apartments.
Phil, is it because it's one tax lot? Is the reason behind that?
Yeah, normally we wouldn't have zoning different on a lot, and it just makes it cleaner since it's one development. Again, the planned unit development that they'll be talking about, you know, kind of incorporates all this into that with that expectation.
And does that also then make it easier for, if at some point in the development of that, they decide to not use the phase 2 for not residential, multifamily residential, to develop that for commercial?
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any comments from the public?
Kathy Flash, 1280 South Highway 75. As you can see, there's a lot of yellow around this area. I would ask why we change it when we could be putting the housing that everyone is asking for. We say we need housing, we need a place. We could be putting a neighborhood next door among all of these neighborhoods instead of commercial and apartments. It's already a residential area. We could be just developing this residential area rather than putting people next door to a residential area or a commercial area when there's all these neighborhoods around. That's just my opinion.
Ma'am, you'd have to have a developer that actually wants to do that though, and for various reasons, that's not cost effective. To do like individual housing
Or townhomes or something like that, it's just not cost effective. It's worth a shot.
But I mean, I'm just still curious about you're right, but the yellow there kind of makes me curious about the big blotch of red, so.
Yeah, now, one thing we both remind you of, though, again, this is just the future land use, so this is not a rezone. So it's the actual zoning continues to be the residential medium density, which would allow some, if a developer all of a sudden said, hey, you know what, I've heard that there's, not an interest for one kind of housing, but maybe there is for another one, and I want to, come in and do that, maybe so, we'll find out. They would be able to do that under the RM. This doesn't really affect that at all.
But it also opens it up that my new neighbor could be anybody who wants to do anything commercial.
Yep.
Which is what, obviously, personally, selfishly, I would not like to happen in my neighborhood. And that's what I would request.
Any other comments from the public? Brenda, do you have any comments in writing? Thank you. I will close public hearing.
I'd like to introduce ordinance 2612.
Ordinance 1 or ordinance 2?
Oh, yeah.
Which one?
There's one, A1 or A2?
Oh, yes. I forgot about that already. I would like to introduce 2612 with A2, ordinance A2.
An ordinance adopting an updated future land use map for tax lot 267, being all of tax lot 248 and part of tax lot 249 and part of the northwest quarter northwest, all in northwest 1/4, all in section 13, township 18 north, range 11, east of 6 p.m., Washington County, Nebraska, southeast corner of 13th and Wilbur Streets, changing the future land use map designation from residential to commercial, repealing all possible ordinance conflict therewith, providing the section with full force and effect, and published in pamphlet form.
I move the statutory rule regarding reading and 3 different days be suspended for consideration of said ordinance.
Second.
Question.
The question for the council is, shall the statutory rule requiring reading on 3 different days be suspended? Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye. And ordinance adopting an updated future land use map for tax lot 267, being all of tax lot 248 and part of tax lot 249 and part of the northwest quarter, all in section 13, township 18 north, range 11 east to 6 p.m., Washington County, Nebraska, southeast corner of 13th and Wilbur Streets, changing the future land use map designation from residential to commercial, repealing all ordinance parts forms conflict herewith, providing this motion to be full force and effect, and ordering this ordinance published in pamphlet form.
I move final passage of ordinance number 2612. A2, alpha 2.
Second.
Question.
The question now before the council is, shall ordinance number 2612 be passed and adopted?
A2.
A2.
Council members present voting aye, Clark, Highfield, Long, Paulson, and Wolf. Councilmember Banner voting nay.
Motion passes. Item number 10. I'll open a public hearing to consider a preliminary plat application submitted by AV Tenant LLC, 1701 County Road 6, Utan, Nebraska. Andrew Chupin, agent for the SJAV subdivision on tax lot 267, being all of tax lot 248 and part of tax lot 249 and part of the northwest quarter of section 13, township 18 north, range 11 east of the 6 p.m., Washington County, Nebraska, otherwise known as 13th and Wilbur Streets. Mr. Byron.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Sticking with tax lot 267, this is the preliminary plat for this subdivision located there at 13th Wilbur. Currently zoned RM, multifamily residential high density. Future land use map now designates as commercial with 267 only. There will be a future zoning request for when the final plat is presented. And I believe the final plat will not be presented in the May zoning. They're going to wait until the June. I'll explain a little bit more about that now. But future plans for this property do include 3 commercial lots and the 922 apartment in 2 phases. Planning Commission recommended 8-0 with a stipulation that the developer should put a privacy fence in along the south border. Here's a look from 13 and Wilbur. As you can see this open field here. This is the creek. This is owned by the city of, by the city of Blair, and here's the other property owned by the residents who are just here. This is looking south on 13th Street, Highway 75. This is the planned preliminary plat. Right now, you've got the 3 commercial lots here, phase 1 of this area here. Lot 1 is going to be land swap with the city and the developer for a future pump house for the city of Blair. Now, there's a couple of things here, being a preliminary plat, they're still going through some discussions with the state of Nebraska and/or Nebraska Department of Roads. So there will be changes possibly to the width of Maple Drive, maybe different access points on here, and then of course 12th Street here. This will all be interior private streets. They will have to maintain them. They'll take care of snow removal and such and that. Again, if there's any hope for any of these commercial places to have maybe a quick right turn off, that again will be under conversations with Endor, because they do control this street since it's a federal highway. So right now, the way it looks now, it's going to pretty much stay this way. Sidewalks along the outside here, sidewalks along to here, probably some sort of walkway, pedestrian signs so people can get across Wilbur Street to the Y, and access to City of Blair's trail system. Again, the width on the street may change, and the width on this may change here. There will be adequate entrance to these pump house stations, so if somebody turns off right here, they won't be stopping to unlock gates or anything like that. They'll be able to drive in out of the way of traffic. Trying to think anything else. Again, here's the 3 commercial, residential. Little tighter look on Maple Drive in the right of way. Pump house here, and of course these will back up into this area here. This was the south part that they were hoping that the owners of the lot down here requested that they have a privacy fence. Plan Commission recommended yes. It is a treat area right now. And a little bit area of some of the water mains, and we'll have some different areas here in the preliminary showing grading, concrete work. Here's the grading here. We have water detention to meet the storm water runoff outside of here. And with that, again, preliminary, final plat will be coming later on with the final dimensions for Planning Commission and Council.
And for the council members who may be a little newer, preliminary plats are kind of like future land use maps to the zoning. It doesn't really do anything, other than it lays out the concept of what the developer's intending to do, gives you a chance to kind of see early on, make any recommended changes, gives us kind of a marker board to start having those conversations on, but it doesn't actually do anything to the parcel. It doesn't change anything officially. Even if this particular applicant walked away completely from it, no harm, no foul, doesn't really do anything, doesn't obligate anybody in the future to have to pursue that. But they couldn't do a final plat that's way out of bounds or different than what this preliminary plat is. They'd have to come back, if some other future developer wanted to do something totally different, they'd have to come back with a new preliminary plat to show that first, and then a final plat afterwards.
So Maple Street and 12th Street are just pie in the sky?
The potential for what it could be if that's what they bring to you for a final plat.
If the fence is built on its south property line, that's an existing tree line, would the trees need to be removed?
I don't believe these trees are any of the AB 10 property.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe any trees are on the property, the AB 10 property. But I have not been out there with the surveyor to see exactly what the property line is. If they want a fence and there's a tree in the way, we'll probably have to come out.
I understand there should be some incidental, I'm just concerned about like if the whole
Yeah.
tree line is being removed.
Yeah, different property.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
Maple Drive was chosen for the name here because it does, across the intersection, Maple Drive goes up the hill, and then 12th Street does line up with the street grade for the city. In case anybody was asking about those things.
I know it was brought up early, it doesn't really directly concern with the plating, but we have discussed previously about reducing the speed limits to 35 coming into town. I know that was a concern, and rightfully so. I'm going to bring it down from 35 well in advance of the bypass, so that way, hopefully.
I believe Public Works has been requesting, working with the state for that for quite some time. I think the request was 65 miles an hour outside of the actual city limits, which would be past Anthony Way, which would be the
Yeah, it'd be 35, we're talking from Anthony.
45,
Well, yeah,
Where the
45 down.
45 down, and then 35 when it gets to.
Yeah, so we want to
At the 10th
reduce
Street
the
bypass,
traffic,
yeah.
speed. I mean,
Yep.
I've got 5 grandkids, I wouldn't want that, situation.
We would like to have it as soon as possible too,
Yeah.
we're just waiting on.
And also talked about traffic control that would be possibly on that Wilbur Street intersection as well, to slow traffic down and to space it out as well.
Yeah, I'm sure those are things that Public Works, we've all been talking about, we understand. We do plan for the future a little bit, obviously, know what things could happen and stuff like that.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you. Any comments from the public?
Andrew Tupin, 1733 Ingalls. Jeff kind of outlined, I think, most of it, but one thing that always comes up is drainage. I just like to touch on that real fast. If it was up, you could see on the right-hand, east side, right-hand side.
There's a clicker there too, Andrew, if you want, top button.
Right there.
Okay.
It's a top button, I think you hit the bottom one.
There we go. So along here, here, and here are the planned detention cells. As we design, the engineers design these projects, what they do is they design it so that you release less drainage post-construction than pre-construction. So technically, there'll be less drainage coming off of this than what there is today. The cells are sized to hold that water. The outlet pipes are sized to release it at a slow rate so that you don't just push that water downstream. You hold it, you retain it at a calculated time and flow, and then release it. So I just wanted to touch on that because that's always kind of concern with some of these. Traffic, there is traffic study, it's being submitted to the state. We're holding off on the final plat in case we have to adjust the right-of-way, stuff like that, if they want, certain things. And like Jeff mentioned, the city is looking at some things on Highway 75 to reduce speed and maybe change the lane setup and stuff like that. So if you have questions on utilities, roadway stuff, I can do my best to answer that.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Or did you have any comments in writing? Thank you. I will close public hearing. How would council like to proceed?
I'd like to introduce resolution 2026-037 with the stipulation of the 6-foot privacy fence that the planning commission recommended.
Resolution number 2026-37 was introduced by Councilmember Highfield, approving preliminary plat application submitted by AV Tenant LLC, 1701 County Road 6, Umatilla, Nebraska, for the SJV subdivision, with the planning commission stipulation.
I recommend the motion to adopt resolution 2026-037 as presented.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 2026-37. Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye.
Motion passes. Item number 11. I'll open a public hearing to consider a rezoning application submitted by King Development, 11550 High Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68134, E&A Consulting Group, Inc., agent, for a PUD-1, General PUD District Overlay, located on Lot 7, Hayden Place, First Edition, Replat 1, in the city of Blair, Washington County, Nebraska. A otherwise known as south and southeast of the roundabout on Kelly Drive. Mr. Byerman.
Thank you. Housing. Right now, we're gonna switch to a different part of town with the McHugh development, which is the property here next to Walmart off of Kelly Drive, Walmart here, the Casey's, and then the road works its way up. So the district is currently RM, multifamily residential, high density. No, that should not be right, medium density. And the future land use map already designates this area for residential use. The request is for a PUD, a planned unit development overlay on this area, because there are a few areas of the replat that's coming up in the next item that are a little bit different than what we usually cover or what is usually allowed in these zoning regulations. That's to make it fit in with the topography and different areas. But that is a different item. This is just simply saying what they want to add onto as an overlay on the RM residential medium density. Kelly Drive is here. This is the property. One of the things they talked about, if they want to reduce a lot width, and I think there might be only about 4 or 5 lots. And I've, here, Ariel. I think the developer, the engineer, can talk a little bit more about it than I can. Minimum width that we have for any lots, whether it's RMH, RML, is 60 feet. They have, I think maybe 4 or 5 lots that will not make that 60-foot width. However, they're plenty deep, so they do meet the minimum lot square footage. In fact, there's a lot of square footage to these lots. Front yard, 25 feet, street side yard, 10 feet. 5 yards, side yard is 5 feet. Usually in our RMH, RML, the minimum is 7 feet for a side yard. Gracie Boulevard, those houses there was a PUD added to that subdivision that did allow 5-foot yard setbacks. There's a question about if you have a window well within that 5-yard setback, they are allowed, but you have to at least have 2 feet to the property line to allow a little bit of walking around that. So we have had 5-foot setbacks in the city for any Gracie, and that is filled up, fairly quickly. Minimum width is 70, which, as I said, is the RM minimum width, and they're requesting a little bit smaller than that. One item though on let's see, on the street side yard, it's 10 feet, but if there's a street side yard with a garage opening, carport, something like that, it's pushed back to allow 20 feet of driveway in there. And that's so that you're not coming out of your driveway and ended up, right in the street. Plus, every residence needs off-street parking. And by having that side street opening to a garage or a carport back to 20 feet, I believe, that does give them required off-street parking. Couple other items in their PUD overlay. I think you've all seen the PUD in the advanced stuff. One thing it does add by right in RM is duplex, either up or down or side by side. And for some reason, I can never remember the A part of the side by side duplex, I guess is what we say. It's getting late. This shows all 138 lots. Part of this PD, when we talk about the lots, when we talk about the replat coming up next, will be where the water tower will go. But anyway, this shows you some of the different lots of square footages, all above the range for RM. And trying to find out what the smallest one here is. But the square footage meets all of the RM requirements. And that's just another one showing the current zoning. Picture looking up here, here's the big hill there I have to work across. The street would be going up this way. Utilities are in that area also. And this is the current owner's consent for all of the rezoning and replanning to go ahead with the development. So, any questions on the PUD overlay? Again, this is going to apply to this lot only, and RM is the base zone, so everything falls back to that. If there's something outside of the RM, it would be covered under the PUD overlay, which will give them permission. And Elmore Road's not, so I'll stop there.
I think during the planning commission meeting, I attended it, didn't you also show their plat with those lots?
That will be on, I can go to that now if you want.
I think it'd help, everybody's kinda like, I don't know what you're talking about.
That would be my fault in not explaining it well enough. All right. So as you can see, we have couple corner lots here. Caleb, when he's up here, he can explain exactly where the four smaller lots are, why they're only 54 rather than 60. But the streets are coming up this way. Again, this is more for the replat than it is for the PUD overlay. So I don't want to get too much into this.
Well, I've just show them the lots that we're talking about, the setbacks are different, or you can have the.
Yeah, let's leave that for Caleb, because he would know more than I would. I think he explained it last time.
Since you guys aren't concerned about it.
But technically, you couldn't approve this if you didn't approve the PUD, because the changes are incorporated into this drawing.
And there's only, is it 4 or 5 lots?
Yes, only 3 or 4 lots.
3 or 4 lots. And you can see they're still very large lots. It's not like we did them in Krejci where everybody's just out there.
Does council have more questions for staff? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Comments from the public?
Caleb Beasley, Beasley, 10909 Mill Valley Road in Omaha with ENA Consulting. And just to touch on some of the things that Jeff was mentioning, this is, I'll focus primarily on the PUD during this item, and then if there's questions on the development as a whole, I guess we can get to those as well. So we're requesting 60-foot minimum lot, or 54-foot minimum lot width, and then 5-foot side yards, really just to increase the density and to allow the dollars to go farther and create more homes here. And in general, the lots are 60 feet by 140 feet is what most of the lots are. The reason that we had to go down to the 54 feet is just coming around this curve as you go on the radius. These 3 or 4 lots here right on the curve are 54-foot minimum, and that puts it at the front yard setback to be 60 feet. And so the intent is for the builder is wanting to do homes between 39 and 50 feet wide, and those will be 2 to 3 car options, and that just allows that product to fit on there while getting as many lots as we can into this area, which helps to spread the cost out over more lots, and the goal being to bring the price of the housing down as much as possible. So the goal is for them to be $325,000 for these 137 single-family lots. One other thing on the PUD was the block length, and that was just kind of the way that the property laid out, that these north-south streets here exceed the city's 1,000-foot minimum in code, or maximum, 1,000-foot maximum block length. And so these are just about 1,050, and so that's why we're requesting for 1,100-foot block length, just to get the most density, again, without having to move this north street down just a little bit there. I believe that was most of the PUD items. So happy to answer any questions.
How wide are the lots along the south line? They look pretty narrow.
Yeah.
These are all 60 feet wide. I mean, in general, the lots are all 60 feet wide. There's a few spots where just with the dimensions that's left over, they might be a little bit wider, but 60 by 140 is generally what we're shooting for, lot size.
And then the 5-yard setbacks allow you to have basically a 50-foot wide structure.
Yes.
What's the width of the streets?
50-foot right-of-way, 25-foot wide paving. Just a standard residential street.
It's just that one access road in the entire development?
Right now.
Yeah, so you saw the pictures that Jeff showed. This is a very steep slope up here from Kelly Drive. now. We had looked at having a secondary access, but just with the slope, that was not able to happen with the terrain that's there. So we provided the single access at the roundabout, and then in the future, potential connections to the east or to the south if those properties were to ever develop.
How much spaces are usually for parking? Street parking?
I'm not allowed to speak to the public.
This is all standard, but we'll talk about it when we get to the subdivision.
Any questions for? Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
I don't want to knock on the podium like I did the other day. Robert Warwick, 633 Skyline Drive, also the manager of H&VW LLC, which borders on the south side of all this property at 2610 South Highway 30. It just seems to me like that's a tremendous amount of houses packed into a little area. I've been concerned with the amount of runoff. The little creek over there across the highway is full of trees, brush, you name it. Now Caleb said he was checking into your detention pond. Did you find anything out on that?
I can speak to that.
Okay.
And some of that, Bob, not to interrupt, but some of that's probably better when we're doing the platting as opposed to the PUD. But you can mention.
You want me to wait then, or?
No, I mean, you can mention your point now, but Caleb will address it when we do the.
Okay, all right, and then, the southwest corner, is that all gonna drain to the northeast then?
Northwest.
No, northeast. Cause there's a high ridge of triangles across. Which one is the
Oh,
little
northwest,
point?
you're right, northwest.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's where, we can discuss that when we
Yeah,
get to that.
we'll talk about the drainage when it comes to the plat.
okay. All right,
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Any other comments from the public? Are there any comments in writing?
No.
I will close the public hearing. Council, let you proceed.
Introduce ordinance 2613.
An ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city of Blair by establishing an overlay district under section 1003 PUD planned in the development district of the city of Blair zoning regulations to establish the land use standards that will be permitted on lot 1 taking place. First edition, replat 1 of the city of Blair, West County, Nebraska, will repeal and lot more sparse and more conflict herewith, providing this ordinance will be in full force and effect and published in pamphlet form.
Move the statutory rule regarding reading of 3 different days suspended for consideration of said ordinance.
Sorry.
The question before the council is, shall the statutory rule require reading on 3 different days be suspended? Please register to vote.
All council members present voting aye. An ordinance amending the official zoning map for the city of Blair by establishing an overlay district under section 1003 PUD planned unit development district of the city of Blair zoning regulations to establish the land use standards that will be permitted on lot 7 taking place for sedition. Replat 1 of the city of Blair, West County, Nebraska, repeal and lot more sparse ordinance conflict herewith, providing this ordinance to be full force and effect and published in pamphlet form.
Move final passage of ordinance 2613.
Question?
The question before the council is, shall ordinance number 2613 be passed and adopted? Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye.
I declare ordinance number 2613 duly adopted. Item number 12. I will open another public hearing to consider a replat application submitted by McCune Development, 11550 High Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68134. DNA Consulting Group, Inc., agent from Bear Creek, lots 1 through 138, and outlots A and B inclusive, a tract of land being a replatting of all of Lot 7, 8 Place, First Edition, replat 1, in addition to the city of Blair, Washington County, Nebraska, south and southeast of the roundabout on Kelly Drive. Mr. Byron.
Thank you. So your last planning commission item for tonight is the replat unlike the previous preliminary plat on that tax lot 278, when Hayden Place was developed, this was already a platted lot. Since then, that's why we're not going through a preliminary plat for this. We did, however, notify the school district about this because with the 137 homes in there, it's pretty much like a preliminary plat. Current district is RM. With that, now it has that PUD overlay. Prior agenda was the overlay. Future land use map designates residential use. Planning Commission recommended approval, 8-0. Again, here is the current zoning here, commercial around it. And here's future land use map. It is and will be residential. An overview real quick. Woodhouse farm down here. This area here is under possible development. Someday we'll see, as we see the different stubs coming out. Cargill, Casey's, Walmart, Hollow Road.
Jeff, before you go on?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. And then this is the property that Bob was talking about.
Yes.
So when it refers to that.
Yep. So, again, just a little closer view in showing the tax lots. Here is that detention pond on this area here. And a couple things I'll address. Again, these are zoning. Final plat for Bear Creek, and then here's a little tighter thing. A couple items. There are a lot of houses in here. Had this been a new subdivision, Housing Committee some 20 months ago did say that any new subdivisions would start out actually as high density, low. If this would be RMH, it would be high density like there are parts of town. The reason we decided not to talk about doing a rezone on this is because there's a few quirks about this. The 54 width, which would not have been allowed in RM or RMH anyway, there's a minimum of 60-foot widths. So the most efficient way to do it would be to put that overlay over the RM rather than having to do on RMH as a rezone and then add one more PUD on top of that. It was just easier to do that. So yes, there are a lot of houses in here, but no more than any other high density or even low density subdivision if it was built today, unless they changed for it. This is a detention pond. Our municipal code does have a stormwater guide. It will be up to the engineers and E&A to work that out. So when the water comes down there, whether or not they have to do any work on that detention pond, they will have to do that to meet our standards. Again, that's the water runoff is no more than it is as it is now. So anything hidden in that detention pond will be retained through either detention ponds or other methods that they may have to follow. But they will have to meet the City of Blair water standards. So we come up in here, we have our streets here aligned with the grid. We have future access out here, future access there, access here. This will be our lot for the new water tower going up. Is it great to have one end at this point? No, it's not. But again, the idea of having to get through that hill would have been pretty tough. We would have lost a lot of lots. And hopefully, as things progress through here, it'll expand to those different entrances from at least this side and this side down here. Mr. Jones' signature. And let's go back to replat. So again, we have our new streets in here. They line up with the grid. Streets over this way. Planning Commission looked at those streets. And with that, any questions on this replat?
There's really nothing to stop somebody from buying 2 lots or 3 lots if they wanted to.
Not at all. They do that in any subdivision right now. Again, part of the PUD overlay, and we don't know what we call for in the future. They have not talked about any side-by-side duplexes or anything like that, but the PUD does give any future owners a chance to build a duplex if they want, or buy 2 or 3 lots and turn into bigger areas. No housing size minimum, so they can go, as long as they can meet the square footage requirements, they can buy 2 or 3 lots and build a bigger house.
Did it come up in the planning commission? I just scratched my head. Everybody going in and out of there has to go through that roundabout, go down to Casey's and wait on that light. Isn't that gonna create a?
Well, eventually, eventually,
You want that north,
I was gonna say, that was gonna be my question, is Hayden gonna connect to Hollow Road?
yep, eventually that's the plan.
How far in the future is that?
Well, the guy who spends the money tells.
Well, that'll be CJ, and we'll talk a little bit about it. One of the things we're doing with the water tower, because the water tower has their 12-inch water main that has to come up to there. Number one, we're kind of helping the developer because we're going to be weaving our 12-inch water main through his subdivision to the water tower. So that section that we have to take through there will offset their having to put in a water main in that particular area. All those houses along there will still be able to tie into that. As CJ likes to say, those will be some of the best showers in town, coming off that 12-inch main in the water tower nearby. But because of the fact that we have to come up the Hollow Road bypass area with that 12-inch main, and then down this area, if you recall at the top of the bypass area, the stub out is right there, but they didn't do any degrading previously to that to try to save money previously. Frankly, when you try to save money sometimes, you're going to spend more money in the long run, and we're going to begin to see that. So what we're planning to do, just to try to get it done now, because it's never going to be any cheaper than it is now, is that when we have to bring in that main, we're going to come down this right-of-way that we already have. We're going to do all of that grading right now to take care of that hill, at least the rough grading. But one of the joys is there's also an existing 12-inch main that does come across here that comes from the South Waterworks Hill tank that's up there that feeds the existing water tower. It comes across here, but they didn't do the grading before, didn't want to spend the money, so they buried it 6-7 feet deep. Now we have to move that line as well. So we've got the existing 12-inch main we have to move and go deeper, and then the new line we're going to put in at its ultimate depth so that we don't ever have to regrade that whole area again, and we'll begin to open this up. Now we're not going to pave it, we're not going to put a street in there, we're going to wait until this area to the east ultimately develops, and then it will be all part of that process. But yeah, there'll be a 12-inch main that will come down here, probably on the south side, to the roundabout, and then into the subdivision, weave its way through. I think actually we're going to bring it down to the south, and then back up to where the tower lot is. That will allow us to tie off of that 12-inch going south someday to begin to loop the whole system together, which is what we really like to do from a municipal perspective.
So I guess then the answer to my question is that road will not be developed for quite some time.
Hard to say.
Up to Hollow.
Hard to say. You know. And this is the balance that we always face with, it's going to take forever, you're going too fast. Things are happening too quickly, well, we want it to happen as fast as potentially it could happen. As we've seen with Deerfield, until that does happen, you get the pressure of there's one exit.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, is that even though, as Jeff said, that this meets the recommendations, or as other developments that just have a single in and out, as we've seen from Deerfield, that's a major complaint, is that there's only a single in and out.
Correct. And I can't guarantee you anything, but because we've been working with Caleb and Blue Stem Financial and others, that CID, which is the Community Improvement District process, got passed. This is going to be the very first CID in the state. They're already working on that paperwork, and so that'll be rolling out over the next couple months. And that CID is something that really entices them to look at some of these other areas potentially as well. So it may be that as long as this continues to go smoothly, that several of those other developments may happen sooner rather than later. But I can't guarantee that, and you're exactly right. Until that happens, if you end up with this subdivision getting half developed prior to that, you've got one entrance, one roundabout to go through for everybody.
There's not just one entrance, but that signal light at Casey's,
Right.
and traffic backing all the way up that hill at 8 o'clock in the morning, and turning right, trying to turn right in there off of 133 at 5 o'clock.
And eventually, I think people will realize, if I'm going to go south, because I'm heading maybe out of town that way, I'm going to take the Kelly Drive light. If I'm going to go north, you might take up past Casey's over to Holly Road, where the Walmart exit is, and be able to turn right and get out of that location. So there's a couple different options there.
well, you can go right at that light too.
Correct. But once they start backing up, you may not even have a chance to get down there. All right, so any questions on that? So Caleb, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about drainage issues and things like that.
Give a second, Kelly. Somebody had a question about the streets. Through our subdivision rules, they are standard streets. They're built these days. They're 50 feet wide with 25 feet of sidewalk and 12 and a half feet on the right of way, left and right. Standard 8 feet of grass, 4 feet of sidewalks. Parking is only allowed on one side of Blair Streets right now anyway, so I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be parking on one side. That'd be more of a public works question later on. But the streets are standard streets by today's standards. So, any other questions on the streets? Okay. Sorry, Fred.
Caleb Beasley, 10909 Mill Valley Road. So just a couple of things that I wanted to point out here. So as they had mentioned, lot 138 right here is, we've been working with the city for water tower construction there and having some good negotiations with them with selling this lot to the city and then the city bringing in some of the water mains to serve the development, and then we will put in the rest of the water mains, and that will just kind of a win-win for both the development and for the city with that regard. We also are planning a trail along the west side of what's going to be 18th Avenue to continue the trail system. That currently there's a 10-foot wide trail on the north side of Kelly Drive. We'll be bringing that across here at that existing crossing and then taking that down to go to the south whenever that were to develop. That could be continuing on. As far as the concerns about I do have some concerns with that single entrance as well, but just with the grade, it's just very difficult for us to have a second one. I do think this will loop around to the north eventually, and then, as Phil kind of alluded to, we are working with some people that are potentially having interest in the property to the east. Now, we don't know when or that will happen, but there's definitely been some interest in that. And then it's not like, it's gonna take 1.5 years for this to build out anyway, and then this builder that is looking at these lots, they're not just gonna start building on all the lots right away. It's gonna take several years for that all to fill up, especially depending on how quickly they sell. So, initially it'll be 6 or 8 houses probably down here on the west side, and then they'll slowly be working their way south and east. And then just to speak to the drainage, so the entire site, it sits up high from Kelly Drive. Primarily everything drains from the south and east all to the northwest. There's a little bit of area here to the northeast that drains off to the east and will continue to do so, just a small area. But the majority comes down through to the northwest and will be going into this detention basin. And as you alluded to, we have spent, since the Planning Commission spent a lot of time looking at this detention basin, and we determined that we did need to make it a little bit bigger. And so we are planning to clear it and dig it out a little bit deeper. We're also widening it. I had a phone call with Woodhouse, which owns the land to the west, to be able to do a little bit of grading kind of on their property up here, just to help expand that out a little bit more to meet the requirements for the detention. So the calcs that we've been able to do right now show no increase in the runoff, both from today's conditions and from the conditions back even from before Walmart was there, from the data that we were able to gather. So it should be a reduction of runoff by the work that we're doing to this basin.
Caleb? On the southwest corner, so you're telling me that everything from that is going towards your detention pond? Because if you go to the topographical, there's a high ridge that runs across that southwest corner. And so that drainage goes to the southwest, unless you're gonna take that whole bluff down to drain it to the northeast.
So that is true. These last few lots right here, their backyards will continue to fall off to the west. The front yards and the houses will drain into the street, which will go down to the detention, and then somewhere around lot 6 or 7 in this area, there's kind of the high point, and there's that pole that sits way up on Woodhouse's property. But as much as possible, we're getting the water into the detention. There will still be probably just these backyards, but the amount of water that comes off backyards, especially with fertilizer and grass and everything that people have, is relatively small.
And it drains there today.
Yes.
It drains, yeah, so you're not changing the drainage
for any of those
Well,
areas?
right now, that whole little corner, southwest corner, hasn't had anything done to it for over 60 years, so it's just like a sponge. There is no drainage that comes off of there. Now, if it starts draining off of there, it's gonna come through my sister's garden, or it's gonna go through Erickson's construction and Woodhouse's car lot and everything else.
Well, like I said, as much as possible, we're getting it to come into the street and into here, and then there'll just be a little bit from the backyards that'll keep going that way towards Woodhouse.
Well, a little bit ain't gonna cut it.
Thank you. Comments from the public?
Okay, that'll work. Okay, yeah, like I was saying earlier, the detention pond was already there, and the detention pond was on the Roundabout Apartments last August when we got the large rain, and water did flow over Clark Street at that time. And I'm just thinking, you know, if you go out and look at that creek and look at all the fallen down trees and limbs, and Phil knows, it's just a disaster waiting to happen. It's gonna plug up, and you're gonna flood a lot of town, maybe all of town. But, you know, engineers looking at a piece of paper, they think they got the problem solved. So, I just thought I'd bring that up. And, traffic, I think that's something you maybe wanna really consider, like we've talked about a little bit, getting out at that stoplight, because you go out there 4 or 5 o'clock nowadays, and it's a zoo. And then you got the car transports, which I've called the police every time I see one. They're parked in the turn lanes unloading cars out there. I'm surprised there hasn't been a bad wreck already. Let's see. And then, I guess the one other thing, if this does happen, I've been concerned about my north line there. How am I gonna keep all the little kids from running up onto my property? Ideas? I mean, I guess if it happens, I'd like to see a 8-10 foot chain link fence the whole way across just to keep the kids from running up there. Otherwise, I just gonna have a ton of kids up there, I know it. So, thank you.
Other comments from the public?
Sean Cooper, COOPER, 2300 College Drive. Just a suggestion, maybe it's worth looking into for the traffic problem of extending a street out the main entrance over to the cul-de-sac that's over in behind Walmart, tying into that somehow coming from the other direction. Just a possibility maybe. On the east side of Walmart, there's a cul-de-sac. Could tie up in behind, come around from the other direction, possibly.
You're talking the southeast side of the Walmart?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Just something to think about, maybe.
That's where the hotel is.
Yeah, it's over by the hotel. There's a cul-de-sac over there.
Right.
Maybe, just an idea.
Thank you. Thank you. Other comments from the public? Ready, do you have any, right? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just took a look at the grading plan right here, and, you know, today, there's, I don't know how many acres this is that kind of drains towards that southwest corner, but we're significantly reducing the amount of area that goes there. Now, I understand more of it's soaking in through the ground than it is right now, but, I mean, getting to the point where it's only a few backyards that are gonna go through there, I think that should reduce the overall runoff that's going that direction.
Yeah, I'm just, like I say, we don't get any now, so,
Well, and you and I can talk about that another time.
yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Any in writing? Thank you. I will close public hearing.
I'd like to introduce resolution number 2026-038.
Resolution number 2026-38 was introduced by Councilmember Highfield approving a replat application submitted by McKeon Development, 11500 I Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68134, E&A Consulting Group, Inc., Bear Creek lots 1 through 138 and outlots A and B inclusive of tract of land being replatted of all of lot 7, Hayden Place First Edition, replat 1, in addition to the city of Blair, Washington County, Nebraska.
I move to adopt resolution 2026-038 as presented.
Second. We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2026-038. Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye.
Motion passes. We are almost halfway done. Item number 13, a payment presentation on behalf of the Library Foundation for payment of the amphitheater in Generations Park.
Thank you, Mayor. I did get a message from Mary Bird today, made copies for all of you, so you got a letter there in front of you. Just for the sake of the record, I'm going to go ahead and read this into the record. So this was addressed to me because we had hoped for the payment to be made at this meeting. This memo, she says to me, addresses the Blair Public Library Foundation's payment to the city in the amount of $833,847.11 for construction of the Generations Park Amphitheater. The foundation is currently consolidating its investment accounts and transferring an existing endowment fund to a new financial management firm. This transition has caused some delays. The foundation is awaiting final disbursement from endowment funds managed by Washington County Community Foundation on its behalf. These funds are designated for this capital project. The foundation maintains more than 1.8 million in liquid investment assets, has sufficient funds to fulfill the obligation to the city. Payments expected within 14 days, contingent upon receipt of the endowment fund from the Washington County Community Foundation. What she explained to me on the phone yesterday was they've got partial payment right now. The rest wasn't liquid. It was in the process of being transferred from these different accounts. They anticipate it being settled fairly quickly so that they can cut one big check and have that for us next time. So with that, I would just request that you go ahead and postpone this to the May 12th meeting. Thank you.
Someone wants to put that in motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to postpone item 13, the agenda presentation. Mary Bird, on behalf of the Library Foundation, paying with the amphitheater in Generations Park to the 13th meeting.
We have a motion and a second to postpone the payment presentation from the Library Foundation. Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye.
Motion passes. Item 14, consider resolution 2026-39 approving LD 840 application from Rights of Construction, 3568 Nate Lake, Suite 1, Grand Island, Nebraska, 68803 for the development of a new multifamily apartment community in Blair. Mr. Rooks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Rooks, Gateway Development, 162 North London Avenue, Council Bluffs, Iowa, 51503. We had LB 840, this LB 840 application came out of March's LB 840 meeting. And it was a unanimous vote going forward that the committee would like to give Riser Construction $300,000 for their apartment complex that is going in, and there would be 3 FTEs tied to that.
And again, just a reminder, obviously, nothing's been approved yet, and so as with most of our LB 840 programs, your vote would, in a sense, set money aside for that particular project, but if that project didn't ultimately happen, we don't pay any monies. Monies don't go out until, I think what we planned on here was $60,000 per unit. When the C of O, the occupancy is granted, then we'd make a payment for that particular unit. Obviously, if it never happens, no payments are made. So since it's on the agenda, I would just simply recommend that you go ahead and, if you're so inclined, to authorize that. But again, you're not giving any money, you're not obligating any money if the project doesn't go forward.
And this does fall in line with the Housing Committee's recommendations from several years ago.
At the same time, if Riser resubmits their request for project, we could resubmit the request for this as well, couldn't we?
Then it'd have to go back in front of the LBA 40 committee again and back to us.
But in the interim, then wouldn't that free up that funds if there's another project that comes along that's approved?
There's still funds in the account.
Any other questions for Mr. Rooks?
I'm gonna reduce resolution 2026-39.
Resolution number 2026-39 was introduced by Councilmember Wolf, approving LD 840 application for riser construction, 3560 Lake Suite 1, Grand Island, Nebraska, 68003, for the development of a new multifamily apartment community in Blair.
Motion to adopt resolution 2026-39 as presented. Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 2026-39. Please register your vote.
Council members present voting aye, Clark, Highfield, Long, Paulson, Wolf. Councilmember Banner voting nay.
Motion passes. Item number 15, consider resolution 2026-40, approving a repayment plan related to a defaulted LB 840 program loan to Prairie Star Botanicals. Mr. Rooks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Brooks, Gateway Development. 162 North Linden Avenue, Council Bluffs, Iowa, 51503. This actually came out of April's LB 840 meeting. It was brought up first in March. Prairie Star Botanicals, they came in front of us last fall and asked for $15,000 in funds for a new press to create more tinctures and to also hire one more FTE. Once it was approved by City Council and they started moving forward, they lost some of the staffing they already had and their sales did drop down, so they could not move forward with said project. We gave them an extension to try to see if they could do something with it, and it just would not work out. So based on what the contract was for, the LB 840, the original contract, they want to start repaying that in May. With the original terms that are in that contract with 0% interest over 10 years. So it's $125 a month for them. And if all of a sudden the economy turns around and they can start rehiring and getting it back up and moving, we can look at stopping those payments and going back into normal LB 40 funds. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any comments from the public? Finance Committee.
Felt that it was an agreeable situation for the city. It was, unless they ever bad luck that happened to them, but they are in agreement to pay it back. Hopefully, as Mike mentioned, things will change and the original plan will come to fruition. So with any other questions, I'd like to introduce resolution 2026-40.
Resolution number 2026-40 was introduced by Councilmember Clark, approving a repayment plan related to a defaulted LB 840 program loan to Prairie Star Botanicals.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution 2026-40 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 2026-40. Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye.
Motion passes. Item number 16, consider resolution 2026-41, authorizing the location of the construction of a new pump track in Spire Park. Mr. Heaton.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Almost good morning. That would be a first, I think, for me anyway.
We don't need that.
No. All right. So just a few things from the last park board meeting. The council remembers there were some grant funds that were raised by Brent Fulmer with the group Thor. They manage all the bike trails up at Black Oak, the mountain bike trails. There were funds in there to do a bike pump track that we approved, I guess to kind of reissue those for the bike playground. The initial So we looked at 4 different parks, all with pros and cons, and there's a scoring sheet, in Spark that you guys could look at. In the time we took to get kind of through that initial study, we had some other things come up. We had an idea of a wiffle ball court, a field, being added on to the sports complex, which would go in Simmerman Park. We felt that there was already a lot going on at Lions Park with the depot. We have some events there, so we didn't really want to lose all the green space there. Generations Park, it's a new park. We kind of wanted to leave that a blank slate for a future playground, and then also just having green space for concerts and things like that. So ultimately, staff recommended, and the park board agreed, to put it at Sire Park. I think I got a slide here. We're looking at the area kind of north of the existing playground and parking lot, the restroom building. We got the skate park on the other side. We looked at the area by the swimming pool, but ultimately decided to leave that alone. If and when we'd ever do any work with the swimming pool, we didn't want to, 5 years from now, go, dang, we shouldn't have put that there, room for a water slide or what have you. So the funds are there now to work on this area. The next steps would be the firm that we're working with will do a full design and get this playground ready for a shovel-ready project. But we're just seeking the council's blessing to use this spot at Star Park that the park board recommended. Any questions for me?
What is a pump track?
I should have got a picture of one, sorry. My understanding, it's a kind of a bike playground pump track that is a place for mostly younger kids to get the feel of going through obstacles. There's some elevations to it, there's obstacles that they go through, and then it gets them prepared to go up and do the mountain bike trails at Buckeye.
It's sad to see the location there. I mean, I know that's better than down with the pool stuff, but Ralph Steyer will roll over in his grave knowing we're cutting down trees in his park. If
I
anybody's old
believe-
enough to remember Ralph Steyer, he would always come to schools and plant trees.
Yeah, I haven't looked exactly. My understanding, talking to the folks that do these, is that they try to fit them in with the surroundings, because they want the obstacles there. And this, I'm not sure exactly when this picture was updated, but after that last storm in August, we don't have too many trees that are. So I don't know, that might be deceiving. I don't know if we'll be losing that many trees.
Great compliment to the skate park
Yeah.
and plenty of parking.
Parking is near the trail. The bathroom there is heated, so they can use it year round.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you. Any comments from the public? All right. Council, how would you like to proceed?
Introduce resolution 2026-041.
Resolution number 2026-41 was introduced by Councilmember Clark, authorizing the location and construction of a new pump track in Star Park as recommended by the Parks Recreation and Cemetery Advisory Board.
I can make a motion to adopt resolution 2026-41 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 2026-41. Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye.
Motion passes. Item number 17. Consider ordinance 2614 amending Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-108.01 and Chapter Article 3, Section 6-319, 6-319.010203 and 04 relating to tree planting regulations and to update planting standards, spacing, approval, authority, and references. Is that okay, council? Tal?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Read it.
Mr. Wheaton?
Thank you, Mayor.
Tell me, misters.
Yeah. And all of that has been several years since any changes have been done to that. So staff has been working with, Strong Towns Group, Jeff with the, the community development side of things, and then also working with members of the statewide arboretum, the Arbor Day Foundation, to see what we can do to improve our tree ordinances so that, one, it's easier to read, and two, it just kind of simplifies the whole thing. So I'm gonna shut up for a little bit. Kyle's been hanging out here for most of this evening. For those that don't know, Kyle Sheets has worked is a laborer in our Parks Department. 3 years?
Yep.
So Kyle actually worked seasonal 12 years ago, something like that, when I first started. So he's been working for the city for a long time. Approached me, probably close to a year ago, about wanting to do more. And since then has been working to get his arborist license, and will be taking his test and passing, on May 8th. I think we have some slides there. Thank you. So the city's never had a staff arborist. So we're working with Kyle, once he passes that test, to become our city's arborist. All the codes speak to a city arborist, whether they're identifying trees that need to be removed or helping with set these guidelines. And they also are, any right-of-way tree planting permits are directed towards the city arborist. So once Kyle has that, he'll be taking on a few more responsibilities to help the city out. So I'm gonna let Kyle kind of go through the changes, and if you guys ask him any questions, and I'll help him out where needed.
Good evening, Mr. Sheets.
Good evening. Kyle Sheets, City of Blair, Parks and Cemetery, 401 Park Street, Woodbine, Iowa. So the first one, everything in blue is what we're changing or getting rid of. Try to simplify everything. So we're going to get rid of the list of trees that were approved. So these are all small and medium. And then on this page we have the large ones. We're going to replace it with Plant Nebraska's list of trees. Plant Nebraska will update that as needed, so that way we don't have to constantly be updating it. So it's all through the state. So just trying to simplify everything, and they also list their trees as small, medium, and large, so that won't change anything there. Next is planting of the trees. Did I miss one? So everything will need basically written permission from the city arborist, just to make sure it is within the code. So not too much is really changing there either.
But that's only in the right of way, right?
Yep, only between the curb and the sidewalk. This is.
What was that about the curb and the sidewalk?
So we're only talking about between the curb and the sidewalk.
They can't plant in that area, can they?
You can, depending on trees and all that.
That's what this permit allows them to be able to do.
Between the sidewalk and the street, I mean, we're
It's-
talking 5, 6 feet.
Depends on, where at.
Depends on where.
Yeah, where you're at,
So
yeah.
different, as you know, right around town.
Well, there's some in our neighborhood that I don't think need to be planted between the sidewalk.
Your neighborhood would probably never see this happen.
Yeah.
It's too narrow.
All right. Well, there's some there.
Yeah. And Kyle will kind of get into that, like the spacing, and that's where you get into that, where you just simply don't have enough.
So this one, we're keeping the distance between the trees at 30, 40, and 50 feet. Unless you have written permission from the city arborist to put trees closer together. So then here is the spacing. Small trees, we're going to change to 2 feet off of the sidewalk. Medium would be 3 feet, and large trees are 4. So that's the space where the spacing comes in. So not everywhere in town would fit all of that. This one, again, more spacing, 10 feet from any hydrants. still at 35 feet from any street corner, so that part didn't change. And then you're only able to do small trees under any overhead utilities. That way nothing's growing up into the utilities. And then also 5 lateral feet from any underground utilities. So there's a lot of places in town where all the fiber optics and everything running, it would be able to do that, so. I think that's all there is. Yep. That's all I got.
And then CJ, you want to talk a little bit about permits and the ownership issue?
I was hoping you guys would have some really tough questions.
Kyle, by the way, you did a great job last week at the Harvard event at the blackout. That was a really interesting nature walk. And
Yeah, thanks. Yes, as Phil mentioned, the city does have a right-of-way tree permit. I think talking with Jeff, they've typically been handled through Jeff's department. I don't know if you get one a year, you're doing good? But at any rate, as Phil mentioned, those permits are notarized and they're attached to my understanding, to the deeds at the courthouse. So if somebody going forward would approach the city, I want to plant a tree, Rick wants to put one in his front yard, he would fill out the permit.
In the right of way front yard.
Yeah, yeah, thanks, Phil. In the right of way, Kyle would review that, okay, if you have, meet all the setbacks, there's no underground utilities, you can put your tree there. You're attaching the ownership of that tree and responsibility to the property. So that in the future, when that tree needs to come down, we don't get a call saying the city needs to come and get the tree out of the front yard. We have a lot of those that have been there for years that weren't permitted. After the last storm in August, we had some big storms this last year. We spent a lot of money taking trees out of the right of way to get them picked up and get them out of people's way. So, we're changing some of these rules, kind of simplifying things. Maybe in some cases relaxing them a little bit to try to encourage more trees to be planted. I think everybody would agree more trees with Tree City USA for 43 years. We did get our approval for this last year. We just had, last Thursday, we had all the Arbor Day stuff. So I think everybody wants to see that. We'd like to see more trees come in. Like I said, this is all these guidelines, Kyle, and all the changes were based on language that the Statewide Arboretum, which is now Plant Nebraska, recommended along with the Arbor Day Foundation. And as Kyle mentioned, that list of trees, rather than us specifying which trees you can or cannot plant, we'll let Plant Nebraska do that, and they manage the list that's updated regularly on their website. So if they feel that too many elm trees are being planted, they'll back off on those, put them on their not recommended list. The same thing we see Bradford pear trees everywhere right now, they're trying to keep people from planting those, so that list will stay kind of fluid as they see fit. Questions?
Thank you. Any comments from the public?
Brian Knudsen, last name is Knudtson. Here more or less, 1824 Colfax Street. Almost forgot that. Here more or less representing Strong Towns. I promised Jake that I would come represent the trees and talk about the fact that think about neighborhoods like Dundee, Benson, that have those canopies of trees that go over the street. How much more pleasant they are to walk along or to drive along. You think about my street on Colfax, and we have no trees in that space, and it's just the sun beating down on you. And I've got 17 foot, I just measured it on GIS, 17 foot between the curb and the sidewalk. And about 2 of that is the water main, so I can easily plant something in the middle, probably to a medium-sized tree potentially. And we need a tree in that space because the canopy that we have doesn't quite get to the sidewalk in a lot of places. So we're really looking forward to that for us. I know Jake Loftus, who many of you have seen up here as well, has been pushing for this for a while as well because he wants to do the same in front of his yard, and I think he's got a 15-foot gap there too. So I think this is going to be a good beautification of the city. It'll encourage people to plant more trees to replace all those that have gotten lost, as was mentioned. Not a lot of them are getting replaced, and so this kind of gives people an incentive of like, hey, here's a place you can do it. There are lots of programs, thanks to, I think it was the park board, provided some trees that we handed out last week at the Earth Day celebration, Arbor Day celebration, a little bit of both. There are other programs in town to get trees really, really cheap. And so I would encourage people to look into those things and consider, obviously, you're not gonna plant 15 trees on any given property, but we can get a lot more trees going in town with this change. And so this is very positive, it's very in line with what other cities are doing, and hopefully gets us back to being a true tree city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Having none?
I'd like to introduce ordinance number 2614.
In order to amend the Blair Municipal Code, Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8, 10801, and Chapter 6, Article 3, as Sections 6319, 31901, 31902, 31903, and 31904 relating to the tree planting regulations to update planting standards, spacing approval authority and references, repealing all Orange Parks and Orange Compact Standard, providing this motion in full force and effect and published in pamphlet form.
I move the statutory rule regarding reading in 3 different days to be suspended for consideration of said ordinance.
Second. Question.
The question for the council is, shall the statutory rule requiring reading on 3 different days be suspended? Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye. An ordinance to amend the Blair City Municipal Code, Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8-10801, Chapter 6, Article 3, Sections 639, 63101, 6319002, 6319003, and 6319004 relating to the street planting regulations and to update planting standards, spacing approval authority and references, repealing all Orange Parks Orange Compact Area, providing this ordinance to be in full force and effect and published in pamphlet form.
I move final passage of ordinance number 2614.
Second. Question.
The question before the council now is, shall ordinance number 2614 be passed and adopted? Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye.
I declare ordinance number 2614 duly adopted. Item number 18, consider resolution 2026-42, setting the fees for the Blair Municipal Pool summer season 2026. Mr. Heaton.
Thank you, Mayor. Get my slide up. Just a few minor changes this year at the request of Ashley Clary, our pool manager. She had had a lot of feedback, I guess, from people last summer and the summer before that about adding the optional extra half hour to the pool parties. Talking with Ashley, she figured it's about $100 an hour just to staff the pool. And people come up all the time saying that think they get going and have a good time, they want to stay a little longer. So her recommendation was to add an optional half an hour for $50 an hour, $50 for the half hour, excuse me. And then her other suggestion was to allow 2 and under free for the entire pool. So the baby pool currently, there's no charge if somebody just wants to take a little kid in to use the wading pool. Sometimes they get brave and they want to go get in the large pool. I believe the rule of pool is if you're under a certain age, you need to have a parent or somebody within arm's reach of you. But they'll give the option for somebody to go in. The 2-year-old's not going to charge. The adult that would be with them, the older brother or sister, would be charged. So those are really the only changes. Everything else stays the same. I think our rates have been this for 3 or 4 years now. I checked against some of the other towns, we're still in line, so I didn't see any reason to recommend changing anything else at this time. Any questions?
Why no senior rates?
That's a good question. Yeah. I don't know that.
I mean, it could be $60 or something.
enough lifeguard bridge.
Yeah. I don't know that any of the.
Not enough lifeguards.
Any other questions?
Somebody there for you.
Thank you. Any comments from the public? Council?
Introduce resolution 2026-42.
Second.
Not yet.
Resolution number 2026-42 was introduced by Councilmember Clark, setting the fees for the Blair Municipal Pool summer season 2026.
Make a motion to adopt resolution 2026-42 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2026-42. Please register your vote.
All council members present say aye.
Motion passes. Item number 19. Consider resolution number 2026-43 authorizing the initiation of the 100-year cemetery project and directing public notice and related actions. Mr. Heath.
Thank you again, Mayor. So before you tonight, I'm not sure how familiar the council is. The state legislature passed OB 257 in 2024, which essentially opened up cities that have cemeteries, that have grave spaces that have had no activity for at least 30 years, that the city could then, through a public noticing process, kind of reclaim those spaces and then resell them. I believe this was started by Crete. My understanding was that I think their cemetery was running out of space, and rather than try to purchase more ground, they approached some of the legislatures about this idea. What cemetery staff has done is taken that 30 years. We felt that in the grand scheme of things, 30 years is not a terribly long time, and pushed that out to 100 years. So what the guys did is they went through and identified all the grave spaces sold prior to 1926, and that have had no activity on them since then, and identified, I think, about 2,600, 2,700 grave spaces that have been, basically been sitting for 100 years.
Empty.
Yeah. We're not taking anybody out. Yeah, we're not taking anybody out. Nothing like that. But the idea would be to open up some of these infill spaces, very similar, doing housing. You want to take advantage of the lots you have before you have to expand. And we also are approached all the time from family members that are 3, 4, 5, 6 generations past. I like my great-great-great-great-grandfather has 12 spaces, why can't I use one? Well, they didn't properly document all the ownership and all the transitions, because the grave space at our cemetery in the state of Nebraska, that spot is property that you own. So there's rules that go along with that. We can't just, take people at their word, that grandpa would be okay if I'm here. There are ways Brenda's works with people to trace family trees. A lot of times people have to get attorneys involved, go before a judge through either a quitclaim deed or a quiet title, which often I've told people when I would work at the cemetery, they question that. I could sell you a spot 10 feet away for $500, or you can go in that spot, but you may spend thousands in attorney fees to get that done. So with this rule, and if council is so inclined, what will happen then is these 2,600 heritage spots, there's a list in Spark with all of those names. They will get published in the newspaper, and then I believe they have 60 days. Anybody that feels they have a claim can call Brenda, and we'll go through that, and help them through that process. Otherwise, at the end of that 60 days, if there's no comments or questions, then we'll begin that process of reclaiming those spots and then putting them back out for sale.
CJ, is there a way, as I was reading through this, is there a way to alphabetize it? Doing it both ways, because it's going to be...
Because now it's by
Yeah, it's a
law.
lot of
Yeah.
people.
Yeah, we
That
could.
could be a lot easier.
We could
Fine.
fill up these 26?
Any
I
other questions?
believe there are currently 10,000, give or take, burials at the cemetery. And about that many with these, about that many open spaces, so we should be able to use these spaces for a while and keep us from having to expand the cemetery anytime soon.
I say one for Rick, because he thinks something bad's gonna happen to the pool.
I was asking about senior rate.
Floaties, Rick.
Any other questions for staff?
No.
Any comments from the public? Having none, council.
I'd like to introduce resolution 2026-033.
Excuse me, resolution number 2026-43 was introduced by Councilmember Height, authorizing the initiation of a 100-year cemetery project and directing public notice and related action.
I'd like to move adopt resolution number 2026-043 as presented.
Second. We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 2026-43. Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye.
Motion passes. Fire department, so patient. Item number 20, consider resolution 2026-40.
Come on, man.
Approving the purchase of a used heavy rescue utility fire truck. Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Rounds is up here, but before he talks, let me talk a little bit about money, and I'll let him talk about the equipment. So again, you'll see in the resolution that's before you, a purchase price of $425,000 for this piece of equipment. It's listed online right now at $459,000. So the fire department's done a great job of finding this piece of equipment, used piece of equipment. Again, Steve talked about it. Several of our department members have gone out to take a look at it, and so the chief just sent me a text today. We looked at the truck. It's as good as it looks. It will be a great addition to the fleet. Let's move forward, please. They've told us, though, that it'll be another 30 to 45 days before they're finished with the work that they're doing on it for minor maintenance and some things like that. So that gives us a little bit of time to get all of our funding in order. Once we sign the documents, we have to pay 20% down. So at the $425,000, that would be just $85,000 that we'd have to put down. A remainder then of $340,000 would be due upon delivery. If you recall, back in 2024, we took out the public safety bond. Part of that was there's 1.25 million of that 2.45 million safety bond that's for the pumper truck that has been on order this whole time and won't be delivered until the fall of '27. So we've got some time. David, Scott and I are then working with our bond people to find out whether we can use some of our current proceeds for this and not violate any rules, but then move forward also to expand a little bit more money in the public safety bond. It'll be roughly about 18% more than what we borrowed previously. That gets spread out then over multiple years. And again, state statute allows, I think it's 5 or 5.5 cents that we can spend towards public safety purposes without having any public vote or anything like that. So we'll continue to work through that. We'll have an update for you on the finances come May 12th, but we should have enough resources right now to move forward. If you are so inclined, sell them. Sell them.
Me, this Steve Rounds, ROUNDS, 1334 Prospect. We are wanting to replace the equipment truck that we have now. It's a 1999. So this is a 2014, so we're upgrading by 15 years, and it's a lot better truck because obviously when you go forward like we're doing, the truck we're trying to get is all aluminum body. The one we have is all metal. You know, back in 1999, they weren't using aluminum that much. So, and right now the equipment truck is kind of jam-packed full of stuff, and things are kind of just jammed in places. The fire committee saw the truck when we had a little meeting with the city administrator a week or so ago. This is we're not gonna be able to get up in it because we didn't want that this time. This is a walk around. All the cabinets on the outside. We don't have to go up in and go into the truck and get anything out. It will have places for 6 firefighters, will be a captain, a driver,
and 4 firefighters in behind, just like most of our trucks are now. And it'll have 5 air packs in it. This has a lot of all the do you have this piece of paper here, do you? All right. Well, most of the equipment, some of you're probably not going to understand if you don't know, but AMCUS makes hydraulic rescue equipment. It's going to have all the hydraulic lines and everything for 3 sets of AMCUS equipment. It's got 2 9,000 watt light towers that extend and retract off the top, for scene lighting. It's got a 35,000 watt generator on it, PTO generator. They're going to warranty the drivetrain and the DEF system. That's probably what they're working on right now, saying we aren't going to get it for 30 to 45 days. Because they're going to warrant that stuff for a year. It's going to have a new federal DOT inspection sticker on it. It is considerably bigger. This truck's going to be 37 feet long. I don't know what else to bring up. The body's 21.5 foot aluminum. We'll be able to take all of our equipment and add to this truck, where we can't put anything else on the truck that we have, because it's just not big enough, and we don't want to have to go up in the truck and have people carry things out anymore. This is just going to be, everything's going to be around in compartments on the outside.
And how often does this truck go on calls?
All the calls that it makes all fire calls, and it will make all car wrecks, and then as needed on other rescue calls also. But it makes all the fire calls and all car wrecks.
2 questions. What would a new one cost, just out of curiosity?
What would a new one cost?
With similar
equipment. One of these would probably cost, and that's the reason we did this, because of what the cost is, would probably be from $500,000 to $700,000 aluminum. See, because this was the one we're getting, 12 years old. This one here is 12 years old, so that's what I'm just guessing at that, I've been doing this quite a while, so I guess my guess is fairly good. So, that's all I can tell you, is it from $500,000 to $700,000.
And then are we selling the truck that this replaces?
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's a good point. I was going to bring that up too, because the one, we've had a very good, one of our people from a fire equipment company said he shouldn't have any trouble getting $150,000 out of the one that, so that takes your cost down to $275 if we do get the $150,000.
And when this truck was originally purchased, it was a dual purchase between the city and the rural fire department. So technically, they own half of it. The department talked to them. They basically said, hey, if the city's willing to just buy it outright, we'll give you our half of the proceeds of whatever.
So all the proceeds of what we get for this goes to the city to help defray the cost of this one.
Will the 37 feet fit all right in the
Yep,
bays?
the chief already measured that. I have to now myself.
Philip, is this budgeted for?
And
No, but we've got enough the authority's okay, that public safety bond that I had mentioned, we're gonna have to stretch that out a little bit more.
If we did,
So
that's why Luke and Dave are out there right now. I think they'll be home tomorrow. We wanted to make sure that, things look great when they're in a picture or on a video and things like that, so, they went out to take a look and make sure. Command, Fire Apparatus, company, they've got a very good reputation, but we wanted to make sure that we knew what we were getting, and they're taking their own pictures and stuff and bringing them back to us, so.
They've been hoping to replace this piece of equipment for several years, just kind of waiting for the right thing to come along. And they found this one, it looked like a great deal.
So along with the chief, and assistant chief being out there, gentleman from Pierce Fire, which we've got the big pumper truck orders, he flew out there with them as well, to help them. It's a Pierce, just like the new one they're getting.
Yeah.
Just make sure that, he's extra set of expert eyes on it, and Dave sent me the same text, he said it's a great truck.
Just to clarify, a new one of these is like 1.3 or even a little more.
Inflation. You're a little low, They come from the old fire department, you're one of the new guys.
So it's a smoking deal.
Yeah.
You're a little low.
It's late.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Comments from the public?
We met on this, and we set with all the guys and took a tour of the with the existing truck, and they have stuff they can't even get in that truck, but they need to get in that truck, right?
Yep.
And, this makes a lot of sense, they're out there, they got the right balls on it, and, they think it's in great shape, so. If there's not any questions,
It's an offer that's too good to refuse.
Rick and I are gonna drive it back. I'd like to introduce resolution 2026-044.
Resolution number 2026-44 was introduced by Councilmember Hyper, approving the purchase of a used heavy rescue utility fire truck.
A motion to adopt resolution 2026-044 as presented. Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 2026-44. Please register your vote.
Pennsylvania. Council members present voting aye.
Motion passes. Item number 21, consider resolution 2026-45, authorizing approval of a supplementary purchase agreement with Zoll Medical Corporation for defibrillator, capital equipment, and accessories for the Blair Volunteer Fire and Rescue. Good evening, Mr. Hurtis.
Council, good evening. The department has an opportunity to join a buying group through Zoll Medical that will result in a lower cost for the consumable and other equipment for our cardiac monitors and related accessories. What questions can I answer?
And reviewing this last night, I didn't see the costs.
So the first 2 pages is all the wonderful legal language. The last handful of pages is the pricing that they are providing. We're currently in a buying group that gets 10% off their list price. This would raise most things to between 20 and 30% off their list price.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is buying directly from the manufacturer, right?
This is buying directly from Zoll. Not everything they're selling, they
don't
manufacture,
everything.
but
Okay.
it's the products that they recommend.
The product they
with their.
represent or make, we're getting from them.
Who's buying it? The local guys around here,
Well, so we're currently buying through another vendor.
Yeah.
The buying group is a larger, basically Zoll reached out to manufacturers and said, hey, we can guarantee that we'll be selling this much. What pricing can you give us? This is part of that group.
There is a total.
That's what I
There
was
isn't like a set dollar amount because our use varies.
Yeah, these are consumable stuff.
Okay,
This is,
that's what I wasn't clear on, it's like this so many units.
Stuff that goes on the ambulance.
Gotcha.
yeah,
So if you need it, this is what the
Okay,
price is.
so it's a price list, but not a purchase
Right.
order.
correct.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And these are all things that you're gonna be buying anyway.
Yes, we're gonna be buying them in
So,
one way,
yeah.
shape, or form.
So actually, we're gonna save money because it's gonna be less expensive.
It's better cost.
Sounds good.
All right, next one.
That's all you need to say.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Any comments from the public? All right, fire.
We met on it and we totally agree, it's a no-brainer. So I'd like to introduce resolution number 2026-045.
Resolution number 2026-45, authorizing approval of a supplementary, introduced by Councilmember Highfield, authorizing approval of a supplementary purchase agreement with Zoll Medical Corporation for defibrillator, capital equipment, accessories for the Blair Volunteer Fire Rescue.
I'd like to move adoption resolution number 2026-045 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 2026-045. Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye.
Motion passes. Item number 22, consider resolution 2026-046, approving amendment number 3 to the agreement for engineering services of HDR Engineering for the Blair Water Tower Design Project. Mr. Heaton.
Thank you, Mayor. Joe kind of stole my thunder on this one earlier. So, I think I have an image here of what we're talking about. Kind of going back to the development up by Kelly Drive, Walmart area. We saw the plat there that has a lot where our water tower is proposed to go. Everything in, I say the bolder red lines. I had Chris Koenig at HDR throw this together just to give everybody an idea of what we're looking at with this amendment. We'll have the new pump station going in, down on the lot by the Y where we discussed about the apartments earlier tonight. There's an existing 12-inch main along Highway 75. This new pump station will basically tap into that and act as a big booster station. The new main will come along Hollow Road, the bypass. There'll be a leg that goes up E35 to a new master meter with the NRD. So then everything after that would be, like whatever water goes through that meter, we would bill accordingly to the NRD. They would in turn sell that to their customers. And then there'll be a new 12-inch main along Hollow Road. As you saw on the plat earlier, there is right-of-way for Kelly Drive, but it was never, for various reasons, punched through to the new bypass. As Phil mentioned, what's in this amendment with HDR is some very preliminary work to get that grade to a constructible level. Not at this point, what we're not looking at getting it necessarily ready to pave it, but it would be ready, all but ready to get it done.
This is the design.
Yep, the design to get the grading down, with enough room to give us some options if we needed to do something to this future development area, whether that's a roundabout, a T intersection, Cloverleaf interchange, what have you. We wanted to set ourselves up for the future. And then as Phil mentioned, the new water main would parallel the 12-inch coming off the south reservoir. And then Chris has got this roughed in here. But as we talked about with that plat, the idea would be that our water line would follow their streets and be in the right-of-way. The folks that are building homes there will be able to tap into it, and that is part of our compensation in exchange for the lot. So then that line would tie into the new water tower. We would likely run a leg, down the right-of-ways to the ends of those new proposed streets. So in the future, if we ever needed to go further south, or I believe on the plat, there's a road just north of the water tower that could go into this new development. We would likely have a 12-inch stub kind of ready to go there, so that the next development that comes in, they can just tap into it and go. So that is what all that HDR has proposed in that third amendment. And then there's also some work in there to help, give with SRF funding. And then Chris Keening has been up a couple times and met with Caleb, the engineer on that development, for making sure that we're coordinating timing. We're gonna have geotech reports to do, also prep work on the water tower. So that the cost for the amendment is not to exceed $82,300. So the total engineering for the design, we'd be up to $242,950. If we use every bit of it.
And paid through the water fund.
Correct. Yes, these monies were all budgeted.
Water tower didn't look like they were.
Yeah, right now, we're kind of looking at that, having that same kind of design that the existing water tower. There are options being floated out that the bowl could have some kind of artistic corn kernel. I know there's towns, Strawberry Point, Iowa has a big strawberry. Do we want to do something like that or not? I believe right now the design that HDR is looking is just a standard water tower. We talked about minimal lighting, so it would be a little different feel than the one that's on the highway. I feel the one on the highway is, welcomes everybody to Blair. It's kind of a billboard, if you will. This being more in a residential area, we'd probably just do minimal lighting that FAA requires that somebody doesn't hit it.
And make
Tall enough above the hillsides to see it from a distance?
It'll be the same height as the other tower.
Yeah.
And so I anticipate you'll be able to see it when you're on Highway 30 down by the Walmart.
Should we look at putting like digital screen and selling advertising, make some revenue?
It's way.
Wrap it up.
Spinning lights, we've talked about LED lights that we can program for different colors for the holidays or things like that. this tower from base to the top would probably be 10 or 20 feet taller than the existing one. But when you get done, those bowls are gonna be the exact same height, even though they're a mile apart.
Should make a neat landmark for that housing development.
Yeah, you don't need Google, you just tell them I live under the water tower.
Yeah.
Any questions for me?
Thank you. Any comments from the public? Water and Sewer Committee.
We did meet, and we did talk about this, and we recommend, so I'm gonna say, I'd like to introduce resolution 2026-046.
Resolution number 2026-46 was introduced by Councilmember Paulson approving amendment number 3 to the agreement for engineering services with HDR Engineering for the Blair Water Tower Design Project.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution 2026-046 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 2026-046. Please register.
All council members present voting aye.
Motion passes. Item number 23, consider resolution 2026-47 regarding the renewal proposal received from Blue Cross Blue Shield through the League Insurance Government Health Team for employee health insurance effective July 1st, 2026. Mr.
Save the
Scott.
best for last, right?
Yes.
First of all, just a little history. The city has been a member of the League Insurance Government Health Team, or LIGHT, for approximately 4 years now, beginning in July of 2022. What is LIGHT? LIGHT is a statewide health insurance pool for Nebraska cities that can help spread risk and limit large premium swings that can occur with standalone plans. Now, this year, as you know, we took a big increase. Last year, I think almost every municipality did. This year, the overall LIGHT medical premium increase was, for a blended increase, was 15.33%, which is quite large. That's not ours. Due to the City of Blair's claim experience and rate brand adjustment, the city's actual renewal effect increase will be approximately 4.35%. So I really want to thank the city clerk, Ms. Mueller, for all her work on the LIGHT board too, for supporting those types of different band adjustments. Thank you for that.
Twisted what his arm, Brenda? That's a good job.
So that's an amazing, you don't think of an increase as a good thing, but most people are taking a much, much larger increase than we are, so we're very lucky in that. I also wanted to quickly mention that this, we're also not changing any of our plan options. The plan options will remain the same as they have been. Everybody will still have the 2 HSAs and the 1 PPO to choose from, so that nothing will change there. We're also not recommending any change in employee or employer contribution. Thought about it, but with the 4.35%, you might as well save that for a rainy day when you get a large one someday. And history isn't so well, and you get a larger increase, then you might want to look at changing that. Currently, it's at 83.17, so employee 17 is 83%. So that will not change either. So everything's pretty much staying the same, and that's all the information that is in the resolution before you. Any questions? I'll try to do my best without that.
Thank you. Any comments from the public? Having none, Finance Committee.
We met on this. As David mentioned, it is a very minimal increase considering what the market has been doing. So if no one has any additional questions, I'd like to introduce resolution 2026-47.
Resolution number 2026-47 was introduced by Councilmember Clark, approving the renewal proposal received from Blue Cross Blue Shield to the League Insurance Government Health Team for employee health insurance effective July 1st, 2026.
Make a motion to adopt resolution 2026-47 as presented.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 2026-47. Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye.
Motion passes. We're skipping item number 24.
I had a speech ready, but I
You
can't.
have 3 minutes.
No, nothing.
Oh,
Unless you have any
okay.
questions.
Any questions?
Thank you all. Yeah, no, I'm done.
Great.